Welcome to episode 140. 145. Sorry. Episode 145 of the Filthy Casual MMA Watch Party. I am Dr. Evil Genius. At some point, I will be joined by Mrs. Evil. Enjoy walking. Eventually. Okay. All right. We have a couple things to talk about. We will be talking about an event that happened last night, and I can't wait to get your opinions, but I will give my opinions on the event that was aired on Netflix on Friday night. And we will talk about this UFC 309 card. Now, I should let you guys know that we only intend to cover the prelim portion and not the main card. And I will explain to you, even though we usually cover many of the fight cards where we may not think that they're the highest quality, today was particularly egregious. Mrs. Evil and I agree as far as the value of this card and why we believe that this card is not worth spending $80 for. And we're not the type to do the stealing of the stream, so we'd rather just cover what's on ESPN Plus and then bow out. But to give them $80 for this, absolutely not. Okay, let's first talk about what's on the early prelims. See if Ms. Evil got this together. Yes, she does. We have, first up, we have Veronica Hardy versus Eduarda Mora at women's 125. What can I say about this? I really only care about Veronica Hardy because her husband got fired unceremoniously, very publicly from the UFC. And I know how much bad blood there is between Mr. Hardy and Dana White. So every time I see Hardy in Veronica's corner wearing UFC apparel to corner his wife, I just get a sick feeling of satisfaction from that. Next up, we have Basil Hafez versus Oban Elliott at men's welterweight, obviously. 170 is only for the men. Our third prelim is Mickey Gall versus Ramiz Brahimaj. I cannot stand Mickey Gall. I can't stand the look on his face. I just intensely dislike Mickey Gall. Hopefully he gets his ass whooped. Sorry. I am very partisan on that one. Marcin Tybura versus Jonata Denise, who was supposed to fight at UFC Vegas 100. But Marcin Tybura is a veteran that's probably just going to put him on the ground. So I don't really anticipate getting much entertainment value from that. That's our last of the early prelim. Our prelim card Usually you only get a couple of early prelim, and then you get a healthy prelim card. This time we get 4 early prelim. And we get, let me make sure that this is what I see. Yeah. David Onama versus Roberto Romero, who I think is stepping in on late notice. I will get to your comments, but I think one of you said that Onama is a 16-1 favorite. That was JL that said that. So even the free parts of this card don't seem worth watching, to be honest. Next up, a fight that I'm looking forward to. Jim Miller versus Damon Jackson. 2 weathered veterans. Jim Miller is known for performing at UFC 100, 200, and 300. And now again at 309. Don't know if this is going to be his swan song. Maybe, maybe not. But 2 very tough guys at 155. Looking forward to it. Wow. I'm not seeing this fight on here anymore. I'm annoyed. A middleweight bout between former UFC middleweight eye poke champion Chris Weidman and Eric, Mrs. Evil's boy, Eric Anders, was expected to take place at the event. However, Anders withdrew the day of the event due to unspecified medical issues, and the bout was scrapped. I was looking forward to this fight for Eric Anders. For those who may or may not know, Eric Anders was very open and honest about his lifestyle and the changes that he made to his lifestyle and how he basically wasted his college football career and the early portions of his fight career because he wanted to do a bunch of narcotics and not go to sleep and not taking care of his body. And he was talking about how when he got I don't want to say the word possession. When he got custody of his children, he saw the need to clean his life up, get rid of the drugs and the alcohol, and he believed that he didn't really put his all into training in the past, and he just basically skated on his natural ability. So I was really rooting for him to show the athleticism that I thought he always should have shown in the first place. Though I don't believe him to be the most skilled fighter on the planet. So I'm very disappointed that this fight was canceled. And it does look bad. And, what kind of medical issue did you have? If it turns out he had like appendicitis, then we all have to shut the fuck up. But if it was on some frivolous stuff, man, it's not looking good. Our feature prelim is Jonathan Martinez versus Marcus McGee. I know a lot of people are rooting for Marcus McGee. Jonathan Martinez is a very interesting case. I've seen Jonathan Martinez perform very, very well in the cage. In his last fight, I believe he fought against Jose Aldo, and he acted like a fan in the cage. And that will be a repeated theme for the intro of today's stream. We're going to be talking about what happened last night. We're going to be talking about the only topic that anybody cares about for UFC 309, and that is John Jones versus Tom Aspinall. So, yeah, the last fight that we'll be covering on this stream today will be Jonathan Martinez versus Marcus McGee. Okay. For those who are going to do the main card, let's see if the lady set this up today. Let's see if she set this up today. No, she did not set this up. She's like, I'm only covering what we're supposed to cover. Okay. For those that are going to watch the main card, I'm just going to run through the lineup. Mauricio Rufy versus James Jeong-tak. This is not a fight that I don't think too many people actually care about. So when you're paying $80 for a pay-per-view, you should get fights that you care about. And I believe one of these fighters failed to make weight, and that's why this ended up at a 165 catch weight. A lightweight bout between Mauricio Rufy and Charlie Campbell was scheduled for this event. However, Campbell withdrew from the fight for unknown reasons and was replaced by James Jeong-tak. The pairing was also changed to a catchweight bout of 165. Jeong-tak weighed in at 1.2 pounds over the 165 catchweight limit and was fined 20% of his purse, which will go to Rufy. So that fight was doomed to fail. It was doomed. Okay. Our next fight is women's 125, Viviane Araújo versus Corinne Silva. That is going to have some consequence at 125, moving towards maybe getting a shot at the champion so that they can lay underneath her. I can't believe that Bullet Shevchenko is a wet blanket type fighter at this point in her career. Very, very disappointing. But yeah, they'll be fighting for maybe the right to maybe be one fight away or be the number one contender. Who knows? At middleweight, we've got Bo Nickel versus Paul Craig. Everybody believes Bo Nickel is going to run through Paul Craig. Why? Because Paul Craig relies on his ability to get beat up in order to throw up miracle triangles, and Bo Nickel will not be having any of that. I don't think that anybody really cares about this fight. So we've got the opening fight nobody really cares about. The second fight on the main card, I believe one of these girls is really cute. Might be both of them. But nobody really cares about that matchup. Remember, we're not talking about your UFC Vegas 117. We're not talking about some nameless card on a random. This is supposed to be a big time UFC pay-per-view happening in good old New York. And this is what we got on the main card. Paul Craig is not, and the thing is, Mrs. Evil really loves Paul Craig. He is not a competitive fighter at this stage in his career anymore. But this is what we got before the co-main event, which is a rematch of a bludgeoning. Who cares? Oh, this is supposed to be a number one contenders match. I mean, the men's lightweight division is within the ranked portions the most incestuous division in the entire fight game. It's the same four people fighting each other for the right to get beaten by Islam Makhachev. And it's embarrassing. We don't need to see Charles Oliveira staple Michael Chandler into the side of the cage again. Not necessary. We don't need to see that again. But this is your co-main event on an $80 fight card. And then we have the main event, which is one of the most non-competitive men's championship matches in the history of the UFC. A complete waste of time. We've got the champion, Jon Jones, versus Joe Biden. The UFC equivalent of Joe Biden. The last time I saw the odds, it was 7-1 for Jon Jones. I just... You want me to pay $80 for this? I explained this on my driving stream on the Dr. Evil Genius channel earlier. It is not a secret that I dislike Jon Jones. However, I don't dislike Jon Jones to the point where I would consider boycotting an event because he's on it. But what I will not do is spend $80 on a non-competitive matchup. It's not competitive. It is the equivalent of Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson, age 27 versus 58. When you're talking about the gap in actual deliverable skill between those two men. The last time we saw Stipe was like 4 years ago, getting his head hammered. The dude is a retired firefighter. It's not competitive. And that brings me to the... It brings me to the... to the next portion. I'm going to talk about what everybody's talking about this week, which is Jon Jones and their perception of Jon Jones. I had to seriously sit and think about this today. And I've been listening to a lot of the talk about Jon Jones and his legacy and ducking Tom Aspinall and the whole bit. I realized that the worst thing for Jon Jones's reputation as a fighter, not with me, but with most fight fans that I've noticed, it's a consistent thing. And this is not my opinion. I just want to be very clear. This is not my particular opinion, but it's just something that I'm reading from the you know, the UFC, you know, MMA fan, you know, type situation, right? I'm starting to get the impression that it would be better for Jon Jones to go in the cage with Tom Aspinall and get knocked out than to not do the fight at all. Because people are killing Jon Jones, and I've actually got a chance to listen to him. And Jon Jones does make some decent points, especially, you know, he talks about what stage of his career he is. You know, the only thing there's a lot that I don't agree with, but one point that I disagree with particularly is that that he's outweighed by 30 pounds with Tom Aspinall. I was not under the impression that Aspinall cuts down to 265. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure Tom Aspinall walks around about 240, 240. He's not that far away from John Jones's current walking around weight. But I do get what John is saying about dude being, 7 years younger than him or whatever. But the thing is that if you look at the history of the UFC, Johns has to do the fight. And the reason why he has to do the fight is because if you go back to the beginning of his career, if every champion dealt with the prospect of fighting John Jones the way that he is handling the prospect of fighting Tom Aspinall, then John Jones would have never been champion, because the champions would never give him a chance to fight him. They would say, well, who is this, young, tall, lanky, powerful, extremely skilled fighter? He hasn't done anything. He doesn't even have an interim belt. Why should I give him a chance? He hasn't done anything. Imagine if every champion that he fought on the way up to getting the belt to become the youngest UFC light heavyweight champion of all time. Imagine if the people who were considering him when he was calling them out, imagine if they said, you know what, he didn't do anything. He's not good for my legacy. Why would I take that chance to lose to somebody who's younger, faster, with a greater reach advantage, great kickboxing, great wrestling? Why would I take that chance to fight John Jones when I could fight some old guy who fought, 5 years ago? If they did the same thing to John Jones that John Jones is claiming he's doing to Tom Aspinall, then we're not sitting here talking about him being on the MMA Mount Rushmore conversation. We wouldn't be even talking about it, because no one would have ever given him that chance. And for John Jones to even mention Jamal Hill as a better alternative, the dude's got to be trolling. But even with all of that, I had to really think. And I've thought about the way that Tom Aspinall's fights have gone. The weirdest thing about all of this, as a guy who was not a fan of John Jones, I would have John Jones as a 3-1 favorite to beat Tom Aspinall. New gloves, old gloves, eye pokes, no eye pokes. I seriously doubt that Tom Aspinall does much more than make it interesting for the first 2 rounds of a fight with John Jones. I think that a lot of people want to talk about the eye pokes with John Jones and all of that, but if you've actually watched his fights, John Jones has really, really good fight IQ. Really good. And I just don't think that Tom Aspinall has the skill to get inside and deliver the power the way that he was able to deliver it against other fighters. I just don't see it. I just don't see it. So, honestly, John Jones should just take the fight against Tom Aspinall, because as I sit here right now, I got John as a 3-1 favorite to beat Tom Aspinall. And when you're sitting there in a pre-fight press conference, and the crowd in New York, we're not talking about in the UK where Tom Aspinall is from, We're talking about a crowd in the great city of New York, which is located in the great state of New York, where Jon Jones was born, and people are chanting Tom Aspinall's name. And to hear Dana say, oh yeah, whoever wins this fight will fight Tom Aspinall next, and to hear the roar of that crowd, I kind of felt bad for Jon. Because I look at the matchup and I don't really see what Jon Jones would actually fear against Tom Aspinall besides, the puncher's chance. Tom Aspinall is not a bum by any stretch. But the more and more I think about where the heavyweight division is in the UFC right now, when he talked about the options that are available to him, I'm forced to mostly agree with Jon Jones. Probably something you guys are not gonna be, expecting me to say. So, I think that if Jon Jones fought a more competitive opponent and just ignored all of the questions about Tom Aspinall, I think it probably would have turned out a little better for him. But Jon Jones is getting killed by the MMA media right now, and it's something I did not expect to see. MMA On Point is making, the what was it, the top 10, duckings and all of that stuff. I'm like, damn, let him live. It's not that serious. But, I definitely kind of see where, where Jon Jones was kind of, what he was kind of saying as far as his methodology and why he doesn't think his methodology actually makes somewhat rational sense. I don't agree, but I do get Jon's point. And how do you feel if you're Stipe Miocic, one of the best heavyweights in the history of the UFC, and nobody wants to talk about you fighting Jon? Nobody believes that you have a snowball's chance in hell against him, and you're just sitting there and people done forgot all the great things you did. Well, the reason why is because it was a long time ago. I mean, we criticized Jon for holding on to the heavyweight title after he tore his pec. We do criticize Jon for that. It's been about 2 years since he won the title and he hasn't defended it yet. Very Conor McGregor-ish of him. But it's been about 4 years since we've seen Stipe. So, I can see how you can feel disrespected, and maybe he has a chip on his shoulder. Maybe he wants to shock the world. It won't happen. Jon Jones is going to, Jon Jones is going to do, he's going to do him dirty. He's going to do him dirty. We've got Eduardo Mora on the way to the cage now. I will go through your comments because I don't just want your comments to just sit there. I'm going to address some of these comments, and then we're going to talk about Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. I've already covered this on my other stream, but I think this is a more appropriate place to give my analysis on. So let's start out with Professor Chaos, who was around about 40 minutes before we got started. It says Chris Weidman and John Jones on the same card equals how many eye pokes? Well, I think the eye pokes are definitely going to be a thing because they went back to the old gloves. They went back to the old gloves for, you know, just not good. Not good. We need an over-underline for this. I guess you guys can put that in the comments. Midmo is here. No, I won't be bootlegging anything. I don't do the crack streams thing. That's just not how I do. Either I pay and watch, or I don't pay and don't watch. And I look for the results on my ESPN app. JL says Ian Gary, the cuck, is fighting Shavkat at 310. I've got Gary at 16 and okay. Okay. Yeah. You go with that prediction for Ian Gary. You go right on ahead with that, JL. You're alone in that one. Onama is minus 1600. Yeah, he's 16-1 favorite. Not competitive. Not competitive. So JL says he's got Onama, McGee, Bo Nickel. You got Chandler and Rufy. Yeah, I mean, those seem like mostly safe picks except for Chandler. That's really the one that you've stepped out on a limb for. The Indian Jesus said, fuck, this is tonight. I wanted to watch this. Not me. Professor Chaos said, Ruffy versus Yon Top could be fighted tonight. Could be. If it was, Yon Top is not going to get a bonus. Yeah, you know, it would be a shame if that happened that way. He missed weight. He missed a catch weight. Right? I mean, obviously, he's a late fill-in. You got to give him some grace. But from what I hear, he normally, you know, he walks around not that far away from 170. So, come on, guy, make weight. I guess you met Hardy, TIJ, at a comedy club in 2016. Hope that was a positive experience. Shavkat is going to lose his 0. Yeah, Jay, you keep with that. Jean Top has great cardio and chin. It could be a modern day Connor versus Diaz clash. Did Connor or Diaz not make weight for that fight? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I don't really know, but we'll watch and see. Midmo says Hickey Gall beat Phil Brooks easily, a novice fighter who shouldn't have even been there. Mickey was just there to give him a good showing. It wasn't. Yeah, and Mickey Gall's just got this punchable ass face. I just don't like Mickey Gall. I think it is very funny that you called him Hickey Gall. That's funny on multiple levels. TIJ says, if you want to chat Tyson Paul for a while, I'm down to come up for a little, but I already got a lazy night planned. Yeah, I'm not in control of the technology today. So I'm not sure if that would work. But spoiler alert, the Indian Jesus and I are going to agree on a lot of stuff on this one. TIJ with a $5 holla. He says, please say, quote, John Jones is the undisputed GOAT, end quote, if you want any future super chats. You're a troll. Oh, that's the... Oh, that's funny, TIJ. The whole thing with what is it, Abba and Priest, boys being boys. Canceling the day of the pay-per-view, shame. Again, Kratos, you know, it'd be one thing if, you know, he had a real super bad medical emergency that caused him to pull out of the fight. But if is some bullshit, I'm going to be very disappointed in Eric Anders. I was really looking to see what kind of performance he was going to put out. This new and improved ya boy. Don't forget the like button. I would appreciate it. No main card. Watch along tonight. No, it's just not worth the money, and I explained to you why it's not. John Jones said Tom is a nobody. I don't even think that John Jones believes that. Jones said that he'll fight Pereira next. That's going to be a very nice head-to-head. Not him versus Pereira, but him versus Dana White for setting up that fight. That's going to be very interesting. Kratos says, I don't trust anyone with the last name Rufy. Okay. TIJ says, wait, you're not doing that. Maybe I'll do the main card for you guys. I mean, yeah, you're more than welcome. MK3 Kratos says, anyone with the last name Rufy makes me want to keep an eye on my drink at a bar. Well, thankfully, I don't order drinks at any bar, so I'm safe. You watch that drink. TIJ says, are you trying to get people to leave the stream? No, I am telling the truth, just like you do, don't you? You don't worry about whether people leave the stream or not. Right? You say what you think needs to be said. And a very interesting comment from somebody that I respect, one of our moderators. Dan Jensen says, I'm out of here and this negative shit. Life is too short to listen to the shit. Bye. Very disappointing from a man that I respect and love very dearly as part of this community. Dan left before hearing anything that I had to say. He made a lot of assumptions about what he thought I was going to say. And I guarantee you that I did not say anything that he thought I was going to say. So that's very disappointing. But everybody has the right to watch whatever stream they want to watch. And if that's how he wants to approach it, then ain't shit I could do about it. But particularly disappointing from him. Okay. LOL, I'm just saying, if you're telling people you're covering something boring, they probably won't stay. Well, I did not make this fight card. I didn't make the fight card. And we've had 5 or 6 truly stinker cards here in the UFC after UFC 300. Like, absolute booty cards. That's you know, that's the UFC brass. They're matchmakers. That's Dana White and them. I mean, again, would you want me to tell you what people think they want to hear, or tell you exactly what I think? JL says, my day is going pleasant. My coworker decided not to show up to work. Now I'm going to have to close and work an extra 3 hours because we got nobody else. Man, I hate retail, or whatever it is. I hate it. The vibe is giving funeral. No, that's what we watched last night, TIJ. We will be talking about that soon. JL says, well, Jones is the quote-unquote undisputed champion. That's technically not true. If there is an interim champion, that means that the championship is, by definition, disputed. So until there is a fight between the interim champion and the lineal champion, there is no undisputed champion for the heavyweight division in the UFC until either John Jones vacates the belt or he fights. Oh wow, the odds are 6-1 for John Jones. Guys, I mean, go back to all of the championship main events of the past, and you show me minus 625 for the favorite. guy didn't make this matchup. Vegas is saying the same thing that everybody in the MMA community is saying about this matchup. I don't make the rules. So John Jones making excuses to not fight the number one contender looks like bitch shit. But he's not just not fighting the number one contender. He's not fighting the interim champion. And then talking about fighting Jamal Hill. Talk about somebody that hasn't done anything. Hey, Rick Allen is here with his customary this card blows. Rick Allen, I have never agreed with you more wholeheartedly the entire time you've been doing this stream and you've been coming here since your name was Bruce Bobtrotter back in the day. You are 1,000,000,000% correct. David Banner says, fuck the UFC. One guy gets to say, I don't like the gloves, and now it's a problem. Yeah, the guys that like to poke people in the eye don't like the new gloves. And John Jones was very honest about the fact of why he doesn't like the new gloves. The new gloves forces him to close his hands. And he doesn't want to close his hands. He wants to stick his fingers out toward the eyes of his opponent. And we know that you can get points taken away from just pointing your fingers at the eyes of your opponent without even eye poking them. And if John Jones goes on an eye poking streak, how many of you expect a point to be taken away? I don't. TIJ says, all right, I'm sorry you guys don't have a good card, but no one's really talking, so I'll catch you guys around. Yeah. I will catch you around. I wanted you in the chat when we were going to talk about Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson, but you know, you gotta make the decisions you gotta make. JL says, yeah, I got Gary, Dr. Evil. Don't back out on my word. I also got... Oh, wait. Let me see your prediction thing. Oh, okay. You didn't say that earlier, but you also got John Jones. That's the safest pick of the card. You know, even though David Onama's odds are minus 1,600, I think that there's a better chance of an upset in that fight than in the main event. Jake Miller says, I keep seeing a black male with a belt next to Stipe's photo. I thought he was fighting the Aflax mascot. Rick Allen says, you're worse than Eric Nixick, a grown man wearing a baseball cap. It's embarrassing, bro. I know you got to say something disparaging. It's all good, bro. MK3 Kratos says, I prefer to watch the vast amount of Swinger Prawn online over this card tonight. Don't judge me. Hey, Kratos, man, I think you're a very interesting person. And I know I owe you a collaboration. We will get the collaboration done. Oh, man, that's a funny comment. And David Banner says, Jay just made sure that Stipe is going to win. He's going to do a Triple H, pull a sledgehammer from under the cage move. Well, I mean, you probably will find John Jones hiding underneath that cage, looking for that sledgehammer. Okay, so I covered all the comments. Thank you to everybody who continues to support the platform. I know I'm not really paying a whole lot of attention to Hardy versus Mora, but I think that you guys probably want to talk about what's been going on in the MMA, going on in these MMA streets. You probably want to talk about that a little more than you want to see this fight anyway. I think they just finished their second round or what have you, so, you know, it is what it is. All right. So, let's talk Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. To say that the event was a debacle would be a criminal understatement. And I've got multiple reasons for saying this, and I'm just kind of going to go through them. Number one, the first problem that I encountered with the event was the issues with Netflix. Not the issues everybody else was talking about. But there's a technical issue where if you click on the watch live button the first time, the stream took you to the point at which the stream was at its latest point, close to live. If you got tired of the Netflix production and clicked off of it, went to another app, maybe you went to YouTube to watch YouTube videos, maybe you went to the ESPN app to watch the Golden State Warriors versus the Memphis Grizzlies, like I did. But if you go back to check to see if Paul and Tyson are headed to the ring at least, well, they always bring you back to the point at which you left the stream. Now, it is a live event, and you want me to click, you know, times four to try to get to close to live. But you always want to bring me back to the point at which I left the stream. Why? If I wanted to watch that part of the stream, I would have stayed and watched it. But it was shitty, so I went to go look at something else. And then I come back, I hit the watch live button, and it brings me back to the point at which I did not want to watch anymore. Annoying. Now, to give Netflix some grace, this was the first live sporting event that they ever aired on the service. It turned out to be that a lot of people like sideshow BS, so they got a real test of their servers with who knows how many people trying to tune in for what would normally somebody would charge $50 or $80 or $100 for, and it was just as simple as watching a WWE PLE. Didn't really cost you any extra money if you already have Netflix, like a lot of people do. Now, I know that a lot of people want me to kill them for the buffering issues and the freezing. I'm not going to do that. This was their first foray into doing stuff like this. And if you remember when ESPN Plus first launched, they had a lot of technical difficulties trying to stream live as well. So when you think about Netflix, a bunch of people want to see this farce of a spectacle, and people are also watching other things, pulling other streams, you know, movies and television shows down from their servers at the same time, because I'm pretty sure a bunch of people just went on with their lives and used Netflix for what they normally use Netflix for. I'm not going to kill Netflix for the buffering. Not going to do it. Not going to do it. But this is what I will kill Netflix for. It was the worst sporting broadcast I have ever seen in my life by a wide margin. a wide margin. Well, why? Well, have you ever heard of this guy called Cedric the Analyst? I haven't. Oh, wait, that was supposed to be Cedric the Entertainer. We have a professional boxing event, and I say professional loosely because people's records, they changed. The records changed at the ends of the fight. If I'm not mistaken, a couple of legitimate, since we're talking about boxing, titles were on the line. Why do we give a fuck about what Cedric the Entertainer has to say about boxing? On the telecast, there was a woman talking, and I recognized she looks sort of kind of familiar, and is a used to be physically attractive Rosie Perez. Who the fuck is coming to her for boxing analysis and expertise? Who's going to Rosie Perez for that? Some dude sitting next to Cedric, the wannabe analyst. I didn't even know who he was. I never saw that guy before. Roy Jones standing off to the side, almost off the camera, looking bored as fuck. And they spend 15, 20 minutes panning around to all of these celebrities. Hey, here are people you're supposed to care about. No! I came here to watch boxing. Was it cool to see Ariel Helwani there? Did I enjoy what Mauro Ronaldo had to say? I'll say this. I said he's the king of the unnecessary words. He said so many unnecessary words. Get to the point, guy. And maybe I could have tolerated Mauro Ronaldo just a little bit more, if not for all the other really horrible elements of the telecast. And then when the women boxers are about to come out, here comes Rosie Perez with her worthless feminism. Nobody cares. We're not in a place in the country in these times where we need to hear about the first female to do blank. We don't care. Oh, you want to say that these guys fight, that they fight like girls and they're better and they're better. Nobody was saying that. Even I have heard of Amanda Serrano before. Oh, and then of course, the corruption in boxing shows itself again. I heard that the chick that won got punched 100 times more than the punches she landed. And she was basically doing the E Honda. Or what was it? M. Bison Psycho Crusher several times until she opened up another mouth on the eyebrow of Serrano. But I couldn't even watch the fucking fight. Rosie Perez quacking her newly, hey man, I'm over the hill. I've hit the wall. I'm no longer attractive. Feminism. You wasn't talking that shit in the 90s when you were, making a bunch of money and getting roles because of how cute and how sexy people thought you were. But now we gotta hear, oh wow, I'm over the hill and I've aged out of that consideration bracket. I'm a super mega feminist now. And instead of just calling the fight, I have to let you know about how great women are. Like we don't already know. And then as soon as they started with the gratuitous BS with that, I click off of it. I go back to the basketball game. I come back later, and the first thing I see is Rosie Perez back at the point that I turned the stream off because they won't let you hit the live button and actually go to the live action once you've left the stream. I don't listen to Shaquille O'Neal's opinions about basketball. Why would I want to hear it about boxing? The absolute worst sporting telecast I have ever seen in my life. Netflix, you are going to need to learn from ESPN, Fox, NBC, TNT, NHL Network. You're gonna have to learn how to put on sporting events. That was the absolute worst I've ever seen in my life. And it's not even close. It's not even close. I can't even think of a production that was worse than that. Now let's move on to the fight. Jake Paul comes out with his brother in what they call a dually. It looked like a Pimp My Ride car. And I realized that as I've gotten older, and I really wish this didn't happen to me, but as I've gotten older, I'm less impressed with that stuff. Like, the artistry on the car looked kind of cool, but I wasn't as wowed by the entrance as I wanted to be. But it was cool to see his brother sitting there, and you know, it was a nice walkout. Mike Tyson's music hits, and he walks out there by himself. No coaches, nobody. And the first thing that I did was gauge the energy level that he was exuding. And there was no electricity even in the walkout. He looked like he was being led to the execution chamber on death row. He walked out there by himself with his shoulders slumped and just walked to the ring. There was zero swagger. And I was a little bit concerned. There was no swagger there. Nobody walked out with him. There was no excitement. It was almost like when you see a well-respected actor in a B movie, and you're like, well, I just had to pay the mortgage. Al Pacino talked about this recently, where he had some money manager of his steal millions of dollars from him to the point where he was pretty broke, and then he acted in a movie that he had no interest in because he had to pay the mortgage. And I'm pretty sure his performance in the film was probably lacking. Mike walked out looking lonely and just, he almost looked like he was defeated, but this is Iron Mike Tyson, right? Get in the cage, you know, he's just kind of there. He's there, but he's not there. It reminded me of when Robert Whittaker fought Israel Adesanya, and he just wasn't there. It reminded me of when Izzy fought Dricus du Plessis, and there was just nothing there. There was just not. There was nothing there. There were a bunch of times where I'm like, uh-oh, something's not right with this fighter coming out, and I got that feeling with Mike. When they started the fight, it was very clear that Jake Paul had his marching orders: run, run, run. Throw a punch here or there to win the round, but run. And I saw even when Mike was trying to explode towards him and rip the body, and then, you know, use that to go up top. He was trying to throw like powerful hooks and overhand right. Like, I already knew we were in trouble, because if you know Mike Tyson's MO as a fighter, half his life ago, when he was 29, when he was 19, if you get Mike Tyson past the second round, you essentially won the fight. And that's what it was way back in the day. But me, trying to hold on to what little bit of my childhood was left, I thought to myself, well, maybe he learned ways to boost his stamina in the last 30 years that he might, or at least the last 4 years. I heard he put up a stinker with Roy Jones 4 years ago. Maybe he would have learned something. You know, they were saying that Mike was sparring every day 5 rounds. And I'm thinking, okay, his conditioning must be top notch. Every video clip you have, you know, he looks like a shark in water with his blood in it. And you're thinking, ooh, Mike Tyson's about to do the damn thing. He's about to do this. He's about to do that. He was competent in the second round. And then he gets hit with 2, 3, or 4 hit combos. And he starts doing the mini chicken dance. And I was like, oh, well, that's the end of that. He's about to get knocked out. And then the unthinkable happened. After Jake Paul got him in position to knock him out with maybe 3 or 4 more shots, he just backed up. And then started pawing the air and shadow boxing. And I'm like, that's strange. Now, you know, they kept talking about the statistic that in all of Jake Paul's fights, he at least scored a knockdown, if not a knockout. Apparently, he scored a knockdown in a fight that he lost to some fighter. And he backed up. And I thought that was very strange that he would back up from Iron Mike. Because it's like, yo, you could just end this here in round 3 and you can go celebrate. Then the end of round 3 happened. And then Mike did absolutely nothing in round 4. But then you started looking at his feet. You started looking at, you know, like his footwork. End of round 2, into round 3. And I just, you start looking at his footwork, and he's the more that you like, I couldn't even really look at what he was doing up here. I was staring at his footwork, and I was just like, is that an 85-year-old man in orthopedic shoes? Is that the Black Joe Biden in the ring with Jake Paul? What's going on here? And And you just see Mike just shuffling, and it really looked like, because all of Jake Paul's coaches were saying, yo, you can knock him out right now. Get in there, get your combos on, put him away. And he just danced around Mike Tyson. We get to the 7th round. He puts another, he puts another combo on him in the 7th. And I'm thinking, okay, so this is going to be the end. And he backs off again. And I got this feeling that we were watching McGregor versus Mayweather again, where it was clear that Mayweather was carrying Conor McGregor through the fight. Mike came with a couple of counter hooks. One, I think, a counter left a couple of times. It might have been a counter right hand where it looked like there was explosive power. And one of them hit Jake. And I think, when, Jake probably saw his life flash before his eyes when the hand came to him, and then he got touched. And it was like, oh, that's okay. This is not Mike Tyson anymore. Let me shut it down. He looked like he was going to try to do something in the 12th round, in the 8th round. But it really looked like he was just trying to hit Mike enough to win the round and then skate around him. And then at the final bell, he basically just bowed to him. He was a fan in the cage. And I was depressed because we always want to believe that we can defeat Father Time. What we witnessed was a definitive kick back to reality. That was a kick in the nuts from reality. Watching Mike Tyson shuffle around like a 84-year-old man with Lewy body dementia. And I'm watching Mike from rounds 4 through 8. And you could tell that there was a spark there where the real him was trying to get out. And he's seeing the opportunities in front of him. And he can't pull the trigger because his body won't do what his brain is asking him to do, asking his body to do. And that was very sad to see. That was very, very sad to see. And if, Iron Mike Tyson can't do it, none of these guys. I don't want to see Lennox Lewis in there. I don't want to see, Roy Jones. I don't want to see any of those guys. I don't want to see any retired MMA fighter that's lost 8 straight. Looking at you, Tony Ferguson. I don't want to see you in these weird-ass bouts. If Mike Tyson can't, nobody can. And it looked really, really, really bad. I think that it would have been more competitive if Mike Tyson fought Joe Biden. Or Donald Trump. Both of them shuffle around. Both of them move around like guys who are on their last legs in life. And Mike Tyson looked like that last night. And that was really sad to see. And, the fight was not what anybody was hoping it was going to be. A lot of people were hoping for Mike to pull out some magic in the 1st or 2nd round, an explosive, destructive knockout that we would be talking about for weeks and weeks and weeks on end. Oh, remember when Mike did this? Wow, can't believe at age 58, look at him go. Was not to be. And then I realized the only person that I could say anything positive about connected to this event was Jake Paul. And I cannot, this is my 2nd time of the day saying this. I cannot believe that the person who saved the card was a guy who was known for being a douche. Jake Paul. That act of mercy the act of mercy and respect that he gave to Mike once he saw the dire straits that Mike was actually in reminded me of two particular fights where I had to give respect to the fighters. It was Israel Adesanya versus Anderson Silva. Izzy could have done a lot of bad damage and basically chose not to and took the unanimous decision. He took the 30-27. He was a fan. He respected him, didn't want to do. It was clear that he was holding back. And the other, might surprise you, was when John Jones fought Thiago Santos. Thiago Santos basically lost use of both of his legs in that fight. And Santos pretty much tore everything in one of his knees and then tore half of his ligaments in his other knee. And John saw that, and he did enough to win rounds, and he basically just allowed Thiago Santos to get out of the cage and go get on the surgery table. That was probably the most altruistic thing I've ever seen come out of John Jones. That was a greatest of all time moment from John Jones, in my opinion. Obviously, the Cyril Gane fight, I was very impressed. I have not been impressed for most of what I've seen from him, both in and out of the cage. But him showing mercy to Thiago Santos was something that I had a lot of respect for. And the fact that people want to make the claim that Thiago Santos won the fight, that pisses me off. But the real MVP was Jake Paul, because if Jake Paul wanted to be the douchebag and the villain and the heel, he could have teed off on Mike in the third. He could have teed off on Mike in the seventh. He could have put more damage on him in 4, 5, and 6. He could have strung him out and did a lot of damage and then blast him. We could have had a real tragedy on our hands last night if Jake Paul wanted to unleash unholy fury on Mike Tyson last night. We could have had a very... It could have been disastrous. That could have ended tragically if Jake Paul wanted to go all out and then chase this mythical, oh, I knocked Mike Tyson out. Mike Tyson could have lost his life last night. And Jake Paul carried Mike Tyson through those 8 2-minute rounds after he saw that Mike was zero threat to him. I can't believe the only person I have anything really positive to say is the person that we all dislike the most. That was an MVP performance for Jake Paul. The respect that he showed Iron Mike, rusted Iron Mike, because there's a lot of rust spots in that iron. And then I heard after I turned off the stream that Mike wants to fight again. No. I want to see Mike live a long life with most of his faculties. I do not want to see Mike Tyson in any kind of combat scenario ever again. Ever. And shout out to Jake Paul. I got to give you major credit, man. You did the exact right thing to do. in taking your foot off the gas. During the Netflix production, somebody said something about, you know, if you haven't watched boxing in a long time, it's almost as if they know that the sport is all but dead. I had not watched anything having to do with boxing since Mayweather McGregor. And I will go back to not watching. There was just no, you know, just no. Just no. All right, let's look at some of these comments. Jake Miller says, didn't watch, but that was Grandpa Michael Tyson. Those are true words. MK3 Kratos says, freezing on the stream, I refresh and all I see is Tyson's whole black ass on camera when I refresh. Okay. Kratos says, if it wasn't for Netflix, this would have cost $300 easy on pay-per-view. I don't know about that. Probably would have been $69, $89, $99, something like that. Midmo, I know that you love Mauro Ranallo. I liked him in the WWE context. I did not like his performance at all last night. He was just looking for words to say so that people can talk about how great he is. That's what it sounded like. Not a good performance from Mauro Ranallo, in my opinion. Midmo says he was never really that entertaining. Diddy party goer. I think you're talking about Cedric the Entertainment. He's a Diddy party goer. Probably. I'm not going to call out everybody that's been to a Diddy party and say that they're bad people, because I'm pretty sure most of them didn't know what they were getting into when they showed up to a Diddy party. Now, if you've been to a bunch of Diddy parties and you've been in the back room multiple times and then you go back again, then yeah, there's a lot of ethical issues there. Kratos also goes on to say, I thought Cedric was trying out for the lead slave in the Amistad remake. I don't know, but he took that payday last night, and that was another example of not all money is good money. Midmo says, I've never seen Rosie Perez as part of Showtime Boxing or any other promotion doing commentary ever. Yeah, like who's going to Rosie Perez for boxing opinions? And then she embarrassed herself. It wasn't like she showed up and then was like, surprised people by like how great her analysis was. She was about as terrible as you would expect, which made it worse. Jake Miller says Netflix had to see if they can handle live events for potential UFC or football deals later. With that, how can they be trusted after that mess? Well, the same thing with ESPN Plus. ESPN Plus, they're first. Oh, go sit down, Hafez! Bounced his head off. Referee, do your job, guy. God damn. He got his fucking head bounced off the canvas. Good God. Hafez got his head knocked off. And look at him. Now Hafez looks like Mike Tyson on his feet. Wow. Well, the hype train that never was. Nice knockout for Oban Elliott. Very nice. Yeah, so Jake, when it comes to the, you got to go through your technical issues. ESPN Plus, they have less servers, but they also have less responsibilities than Netflix. Netflix got servers all over the world. They've got different libraries for different regions. And it wasn't like the only thing going on Netflix was Paul versus Tyson. They're still delivering movies and television shows to people who don't know or care about that event. So when it came to the technical aspects, the only thing that I could really give them shit for was the live button didn't work. That was really annoying. That Ronaldo guy is the Here We Go dude from Bellator? No. No. Who? Who? He says hello. That's what's up. Minmo says, well, if Netflix expects to air WWE Live, they've got their work cut out for them. Yeah, and this is why this event was so useful, because going into that new deal, they're going to be able to see where the servers failed, what kind of like really crazy traffic that they could possibly see. But they'll never see the amount of traffic that they saw last night. They'll never see that amount of traffic for WWE event. They'll never see that amount of traffic. So that should be okay in the future. Jake Miller says Jake Paul turned the circus of boxing into a circus. Agreed. But he did that years ago. Jake Miller says 90s Tyson used to walk out to DMX ahead of security and coaches to get into his zone, but there was no zone to get into for old man Tyson. Facts. David Banner says you guys got sucked into a boxing card. Yes. Jake Miller says Luke Thomas brought up a good point, though. If you're fighting a man that the best ending is he didn't die, just don't fight them. Jake didn't do a right thing. I see Luke Thomas's point, but there was a lot of speculation that Mike Tyson could separate Jake Paul from his soul. There was a lot of talk about that. So if you are saying that, oh, you'll give him any extra credit for agreeing to the fight, at least when he recognized what the situation was, he modulated his plan of attack. He ignored his coaches to protect the fighter on the other side. Jake Paul refereed himself. He self-refed in that situation. And so you can talk about the farce all you want. They agreed to fight. Tyson had the ulcer problem. He came back yesterday. Once they already agreed to the fight, it's kind of like, okay, you make a mistake. Should you compound the problem and then beat him into an early grave? He didn't do that. You give him the credit. And Banner talking about the Oban Elliott knockout. That was like an Usman overhand. It was a tall, straight right hand. And I was a little disappointed with Dan Miragliotta right there. He let that dude's head bounce off the canvas like 9 times. Do your job, guy. That dude's head was bouncing off the canvas. Come on, man. Miragliotta is a good referee. Not a good performance in that spot. I didn't like that. So, you guys got any more opinions about Jones versus Miocic? If you've got opinions about Jones versus Aspinall, if you've got opinions about Paul versus Tyson or anything like that, in the comment section down below. I've already given my soliloquies on all of these topics. So you guys can sound off if you want to. And we will cover everybody's comments here in the comment section. Ugh, that was a mouthful. We already discussed earlier in the stream why we are only covering the prelims, the early prelims and the prelims portion. Normally, we would cover the entire fight card. This time, we are not doing that, only because the main card is so not worthy of the money that we couldn't justify it. We couldn't justify it under the circumstances. We just couldn't justify it. And we've got Mrs. Evil phoning in. And hanging up. Okay. And picking up again. So we have Mrs. Evil one more time.
My bad. Howdy again.
And there's Joy walking. And Mrs. Evil. Live on TSP.
No, we're on our way home.
You guys hear her using the turn signals? That's my lady.
Oh my god. There is some traffic on the highway coming back, but we're on our way back.
All right. Well, there you go. Well, we will possibly see Mrs. Evil. Somewhat, I guess, shortly, maybe something. I don't know.
Something like that. Weird ass turn. Yeah. Makes me scared shit out of me. It's really scary. We're up in Dykeman. I dropped my sister off at home.
All right. So that's not that far away. So it's all good. I recommend that you take the service road down next to that highway that you're talking about. If it's really bad, you'll probably still save time.
I was thinking about that because I was peeking at the traffic on the way up here.
Yeah.
We didn't have traffic on the way up, but yeah, there were a lot of cars coming south.
All right. Well.
All right. Yeah, I might do that. I'll just take the service roads. But yeah, just so you're aware, we are on our way home, and I'll be able to join the live stream at least for the last couple of hours. Because main card is at 10, right? We end at 10.
Yeah, main card is at 10, so you should be here long before then. We're still in the early prelims, so.
Okay.
All right.
Cool. All right. See ya.
All right. We'll see Mrs. Evil soon enough. All right. So, yeah. We have Brahimaj coming out now. And then the man with the incredibly punchable face, Mickey Gall. Jake Miller says, Anders got sick, which is okay. His eyes will be safe. Yeah, he probably would have had his index finger. He would have had intimate knowledge of Weidman's index fingers. Maybe even middle finger, too. Straight up finger pop in his eye sockets. Pause. So maybe Anders got sick when he heard that they were going back to the old gloves. Apparently, this is from Mike Tyson's account. This is one of those situations when you lost but still won. I'm grateful for last night. No regrets to get in ring one last time. I almost died in June.
Had 8 blood transfusions, lost half my blood and 25 pounds in hospital, and had to fight to get healthy to fight, so I won. That comes from Mike Tyson. How do you argue with that? How can you argue with that thought process? And of course, he's not going to make a whole bunch of excuses. He wanted to make sure that the fight happened. I'm hoping that Netflix really, because Netflix was giving out a lot of money for stand-up comedy. I hope that they paid a lot of money for last night's event, because something good has to come out of Netflix hosting the event, because the event itself was trash. And I'm talking about from the production standpoint. Tyson goes on to say, to have my children see me stand toe-to-toe and finish 8 rounds with a talented fighter half my age in front of a packed football stadium is an experience that no man has the right to ask for. Thank you. That was from earlier today. $20 million for Mike is a reported number. Yeah, that sounds fair. That sounds fair. So I just don't think we should not be, and it seems like he's thinking a little bit clearer, calling that his last fight. And I'm really hoping that I hope that he keeps to that. I hope that he keeps to that. Jake Miller says, any losses Netflix took, they will make up for with WWE. I don't think they took any losses. Like, again, their servers were, they could barely handle the traffic. I don't know how many more subscriptions they might have got from that. I would love to see those numbers. You'll never be able to really quantify how many people were thinking about cutting Netflix and decided not to, because now they know live events are going to be on there. Maybe they want to keep their membership, but they'll keep their subscription. I don't know how many people, I don't think that you can find out those numbers of the people that thought that they might get rid of Netflix and now are not doing so because now they know they're going to do live events or something. Don't know. Very, very interesting. Jake Miller says Netflix will be the best if they can shoot a steel cage match well. Well, I think that when WWE goes to Netflix, they already have their own production team. They just need to make sure that the servers are working correctly and that they keep the buffering to a minimum. Like I said, I don't believe that there will be blue ball? I don't know. I don't have that set up. But thank you for the follow. Blue la blah ball. I'm not seeing the the comments on that. That wasn't set up for me here, and I was too worried about the other situations going on in the fight game. So apologies for that. I don't know if I gotta see if I could find where that might be. Let me look and see if I can find. It's more spam. Sane Drain said, and this is a long time ago, so I missed this comment because I didn't have this up. Yeah, I didn't have this up, so sorry about that. I'm gonna try to get my ish together. Brahimaj just beat up Mickey Gall. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. And hopefully, we won't have to. No, Tyson actually walked out on his own power. Mickey Gall just got knocked out. So there is some justice in the world. All right, I got the stream up for Twitch. Sorry about that, Twitch. Jay said, "Get that God ninja out of here." Yeah. He collapsed like a house of cards. Get him out of here. Hello, Travis. How are you doing today? If you want to talk about anything you want to talk about, Travis, you can. Any of these topics. Mainly, we're talking about Tyson. What was it? Paul versus Tyson. We're talking about John Jones versus Stipe Miocic, John Jones versus Tom Aspinall, all the things that people are so that coworker is getting, oh, well, yeah, you don't show up to work. Yeah, you're gonna have trouble at work, I guess, JL. Travis says Tyson Fury would dwarf everyone on the... Oh, now I remember you, Travis. You're the Tyson Fury guy. Yeah, you're funny as hell, man. I just remembered who you are. One of the things about Tyson Fury, if he's scared of a guy's skills, he'll just bulk up to 330 pounds and then just try to beat you on body weight. I think he did that at one point and lost the fight. Like he tried to bulk up like really, really big and then lost. Jake Miller's not buying it. You know, he ate a lot of carbs, you know? Yeah, he leans on people to make them tired. You know, that's what Stipe Miocic did to Francis Ngannou the first time they fought. You know, yeah, that was he just kind of leaned on him for 25 minutes and made him tired. They brought back the old UFC gloves and we got back KOs already. The problem is we're likely going to get back eye pokes too. And we have had some really crazy knockouts. Let's not act like mofos wasn't getting knocked out with the new gloves. We've had a lot of shitty matchups since the new gloves, I will say that. We've had a lot of shitty matchups. A lot of people pulling out of fights. Now is the time for Ornama to get his knockout of the year. Can you really say it's a knockout of the year if he is a 16-1 favorite? I mean, come on. Jake Miller says Chris Weidman actually had new gloves and I poked KO'd someone, no stopping him. I don't know if that was with the new gloves. Is that true? Now they're going to show Stipe's greatest hits not wearing Venom gear. You know, all of these clips of Stipe Miocic is when fighters was able to wear their own fight kits. They were wearing the old Reebok fight kits. Oh, it was the new gloves. Oh, okay. Travis says they weren't. I forget where I saw it, but the percentage of knockouts decreased like crazy since the new gloves. Yes, I'm aware of that, Travis. However, a lot of that you can't really attribute to the gloves. A lot of it really can be attributed to shitty matchups. We have not had good cards. And we've had a lot of fighters try to avoid fighting by laying on their opponents. And a lot of times, we've seen fighters get close to knocking somebody out, and then they want to wrestle hump their opponent after they are about to get a knockout. Or a dude is about to get knocked out, and he puts his nose right in the crotch of his opponent to avoid the KO happening. So, I've watched pretty much every fight since the new gloves, or almost every fight with the new gloves, and I didn't really see where somebody threw a strike that would have been a knockout before, but ended up not being a knockout because of the gloves. I just don't buy it. It's like 296 when they showed Colby and his highlights from Reebok. Yeah, exactly. Fight of the night is Jonathan Martinez versus Marcus McGee. All right. Chandler's going to kick Charles Veneers in. That's funny. Do the old gloves prevent crotch sniffing? That's what I think you meant to say. Give them to Bilal. No, they don't. They don't. Like, do the new gloves prevent head kick knockouts? No, they're not throwing. We've had so many. It's almost like we've entered the era of fighting where they realize that you can neutralize a striker by laying on him for 25 minutes. So, I don't know. No, I don't think that's fair to say, Travis, because, you know, the Dagestani champion we have now doesn't lay on people. He knocks them out or submits them. We had a Dagestani champion in Khabib, and very rarely did he go all 5 rounds. He was putting people out. You know? I mean, Khabib was calling his shots on which submission he would actually get you in. So that's one of the things I like about the Dagestanis is that you implement their wrestling to get you out of the fight, to finish the fight. The Bilal Muhammads are just laying on you. Jake Miller says, when will Rogan be honest with DC and say, you look like you ate yourself, get healthier? That's a good one. That's a good one. Tyson Fury would get choked out so fast. Tyson Fury could bulk up to 330 pounds, be literally twice the size of Khabib, and the fight ends in about 27 seconds. Tyson Fury gets choked out. Unconscious within 27 seconds. There's a reason why boxers don't step in the cage with MMA fighters, regardless of the size. Regardless of the size. There's a reason it doesn't happen. Sharabuddin talking about Israel Adesanya. I think it's too early for that. I think he needs 2 or 3 more fights to get to Izzy's level. I think Izzy is done as a championship fighter, but you still have to respect his skills until he goes on, you know, a protracted losing streak. I think he has lost, you know, I think 3 or 4. I think he's lost 4 of his last 6 fights or something like that, but just no. Izzy would sub Bullet? No, that's a striking match. Jake Miller says DC trying to reach 310 pounds by UFC 310. He's already 310 pounds. What are you talking about? He was 310 pounds by UFC 285. What? Travis says, I'm going to go to the bar at 8:30. Oh, man, you were crazy. But you're fun to have around, Travis. You're funny. And JL is mad. I'm pretty sure you wanted to watch the fights. Imagine if they didn't come into work tonight because they wanted to watch the fights instead. Rip a shot with me on your stream. Yeah, I don't do the alcohol thing. They watch you. Yeah, that's why they left you out there. Jake Miller says, back on the Paul fight. What if Tyson nut kicked him during the bow? I think that I would have died from asphyxiation because I would have laughed so hard that I would have lost my breath. I found out they are at home sleeping. So tell them to get into work. Or maybe they're sick. I mean, I was sick for a week. You know, there's bugs going around. It is that time of the year. Wow, JL is really, really raging. Give me a second, y'all. I'll be back in about 15 seconds. Okay. Ugh. All right, we got Midmo. Midmo's back. It would have been nice to see that heel story telling going into a potential second fight to end the feud, but that kayfabe wrestling mentality. What are you talking about? Are you talking about the Jake Paul thing? I don't know what you're talking about. Tyson. Oh, Tyson nutshotting Jake at the end of the fight. I mean, that shit would have just been. That would have just been like comedy on a different level, man. I definitely would have died from oxygen deprivation from laughing so hard. But the thing is, Mike couldn't even stand up. You know what I'm saying? Like, Mike couldn't even stand. So, he wouldn't have the coordination to lift one of his feet off the canvas and still maintain his balance. Who you guys got, Denise or Tybura? I already kind of gave my analysis earlier. I think Marcin Tybura gets Denise on the ground and gets a GMP TKO, or basically grounds him and gets a unanimous decision. But anything can happen, right? It's heavyweight. So thanks for that, Professor Chaos. Midmo again says, yeah, he was gassed out. It was more than just gassed out, man. I mean, I know he was gassed out, but it just did not look like he... It really looked like he has dementia. It looked like Mike Tyson has dementia. That's what his feet told me. That's what his footwork told me. We got JL freaking out in the comments about not getting his relief from work. Midmo says it was a different level of fatigue from anything he's ever really experienced. That's not true. He got some screws loose, but I'd not really think he's incompetent or leaning that direction. It wasn't about the incompetence. Because obviously he showed in training that he's plenty competent. The problem with Mike was that his body would not do what his brain told it to do. That was the problem. You look at his training footage and you look like a killer. But It looked bad. It looked really bad. It looked really bad. It looked really bad. Tyson being a plus 150 was laughable. Should have been. I mean, we know that now, JL, but everybody knew that he still had his dynamite in his right hands. Remember that Tyson won a lot of his fights in the first or second round. And Tyson looked like he had something he was trying to do in rounds 1 and 2. You know? Yeah, I get what you're saying, JL. I get what you're saying. Well, you said it, Jay. I didn't. Yeah, I don't know. I need to go back and rewatch that fight. I was so broken up and buffered out the whole time. The bandwidth really fucked up my perspective of the fight, I suppose. Yeah, I wouldn't I would not argue with that. I fit the stereotype. I work at a fried chicken spot. Oh my god. All I want is Chandler and Onama to win. Only 2 guys I care about. Why do you want Chandler to win so bad? What is your issue with Charles Du Bronx? I don't care about John Jones. And he's not basically God. That's not what he is. Very ungodly, in fact. Oh, you were talking to JL. Charles fans are annoying, but I mean, I think a lot of people find a lot of fan bases annoying. Oh yeah, I'm firmly aware of the fighters that Dana White puts on his knee pads for, Travis. I'm firmly aware of that. Very, very painfully aware of that. Yeah. But I really don't think that Stipe is any kind of competition for John Jones. And another thing too, and this is my criticism of Dana White. I didn't think about this before, but I've thought of it now. Stipe Miocic said that if he wins tonight, that he is going to retire. Has Dana White forgotten all the times people have won the belt and then left the company? Like, why? Why do you continue to keep letting these guys sign on the dotted line when they're talking about retirement, whether they win or lose? If this was not for a title, that would be cool. But Miocic is already saying, like, I'm not going to fight anymore after this. Then don't let him fight for a fucking title. You know, it reminds me of the Montreal screw job, you know? You know, you talk about Bret Hart leaving the WWF with their championship, and they did the whole screw job thing and all of that. Right? You put yourself in that position. You didn't make sure the guy was under contract, and you let him hold on to the belt all the way through when the man's contract expired. And then you get upset and do underhanded things to the guy. Like Dana. You can't let Stipe get away with this. And then you hear Dana at the press conference, he's like, well, whoever wins is going to fight Tom Aspinall. Stipe is going to tell you to go fuck yourself, and he's going to go retire. That's what he's going to do. If Stipe wins tonight, he's going to retire on the spot, and Dana White is going to be left holding the bag again. He got mad at Ngannou for it. He got mad at GSP for it. I think there was a couple of other situations like that as well. Why do you keep putting yourself in that position? If you're Dana White, if Stipe is talking about retiring after the fight, then you make the fight a non-title fight. You can't let you sometimes, man, sometimes I don't understand what they're thinking. JL says Jones walked out of an interview because the interviewer was British, and Jones, in his own words, said they will ask me about Aspinall. You know, I heard Tom Aspinall talk last night. I think, you know, the pre-fight press conference or the ceremonial weigh-ins or something, and he was standing there at the desk with a bunch of talking heads. And Tom Aspinall said something I thought that was very interesting. He says, you know, if John Jones was really serious about ducking him, then John Jones would not have carried on the way that he has been carrying on. So there's a part of Tom Aspinall that believes that John Jones is playing possum to get more people interested in the fight, so he can get more, you know, because you know these guys get points on the pay-per-view. Tom Aspinall thinks that John Jones, who's not an idiot, but you know John Jones is not stupid. He thinks that John Jones is talking all of this ridiculousness and drumming up the chorus of people chanting Aspinall's name to make the fight bigger and bigger, and that somewhere in the background he is intending to fight Tom Aspinall. I heard Tom Aspinall say that yesterday, and he might have a point. You know, John Jones might just be basically acting like this to try to drum up more support so that he can ask for more money and get it from the UFC. Which, you know, if that's the play that he's making, then, you know, fair play to him. But I don't buy the whole I don't want to do business with Tom Aspinall because he was an asshole. The stuff that John Jones said about Daniel Cormier's wife in their lead-ups, and you want to say that Tom Aspinall is an asshole because he's asking you to fight him over and 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 over again? Travis says, I agree, he should be fighting Tom tonight. And the thing is, it's not just me saying it, you know? People like to call me a John Jones hater, and they are right. But I've tried to be as objective about this situation as I can possibly be. JL says, baddest man on the planet, my ass, if you can't answer questions. I will not argue with that. Jake Miller says, in my restaurant days, JL, I used to demand $25 per person to do their side of the work up front. That's funny, Jake. That's enterprising, really. JL says, I watch the fights on my phone at work, but nothing beats the feeling of watching it at home in a cozy environment. I like to have a ritual, but some ninja thinks they're slick. David Banner says, the Francis question will never be answered versus John, and if John can get an event moved the week of and get gloves changed back, Aspinall will be shelved. Dana always has hollow words. Well, we'll see how it actually plays out. Jake Miller says, Dana said should fight Tom, meaning if they don't, he will call the winner scared if they duck Tom. Dana's good for that. Dana's good for that. Jake Miller says, this is the first time the Jones fanboy crew did not drown out the critics of John. Jones seemed surprised. That was something that I saw. People, he was trying to get the crowd hyped up, and the crowd really did not react to him very much. And you can't tell me that everybody at the pre-fight press conference were all from England. I listened to Tommy Toehold. I listened to MMA on Point. I listened to the Weasel MMA. I even went over to Making the Walks MMA channel yesterday. A lot of the thumbnails on videos on YouTube are all saying the same thing, and they're not very complimentary of John Jones. I have not heard a single pundit say anything kind about John Jones's approach to this Tom Aspinall thing. And I'm actually very, very surprised. I've heard some people try to glaze him up, talking about he's the greatest of all time and all that stuff. But then I've heard a lot of people talk about, a lot of the weird stuff that have happened in John Jones's fights. I did not see the fight where he fought, what's his name? The old man. He's an old man now. Shit. Glover Teixeira. I guess Glover Teixeira was on this crazy long winning streak. And, John Jones was talking about how, Teixeira was on this great streak and then he beat him. But then I heard other people talking about the Glover Teixeira fight, and they said, well, John Jones could not keep his fingers out of Glover's eye sockets in the fight. I didn't see the fight. You guys will probably have to tell me. But I just think there's just too much funny business that goes on in John Jones's fights for me to be like, oh, he's the greatest of all time. There's too much funny business. Even when he had those very impressive performances against DC, he was testing positive. He was popping for steroids. He lost one of the Gustafsson fights. He definitely lost to Reyes. He almost lost his championship with the illegal knee to Anthony Lionheart Smith. But Lionheart Smith didn't want to win the championship that way after he got dominated for 4 rounds. So good on him for being a man and taking the L instead of doing the Sterling thing. But there's too much weirdness in John Jones's fights. Too much weirdness for me to be like, oh, he's so great. And you guys know how much I love Khabib Nurmagomedov, but he's not my GOAT either. Why? He missed weight like 5 times. You just can't. You can't. Even if I like a fighter. You know, when I first learned about MMA, Anderson Silva was almost like the MMA god. The dude popped for steroids multiple times. You're not the GOAT. I watched a video from MMA On Point, and people want to put GSP in that conversation. They were like, yo, he was accused of some ducking problems too. You know, him ducking fighters and not wanting to fight the top contenders of the day and doing what it took to not fight the top guy at the time. So everybody that has a claim to the GOAT title got serious problems with the GOAT title. You know, the only one that really comes close to me is Demetrius Johnson. He's taken some definitive losses in his career. But he might be one of the most skilled mixed martial artists to ever live, though. I don't know. Comments. Not gonna lie, this is from Travis. Not gonna lie, I love John Jones' personality as a fighter up until now. And the thing is, John Jones has taken a lot of heat. I never thought he would take this heat. In fact, I don't think John Jones thought he was going to take this heat. And because of the heat that he's taken, I'm starting to think to myself that, you know, it's possible that John Jones would look better if he fought Tom Aspinall and lost than if he ducked the fight altogether. I think that people don't want to see the fighters that they like avoiding anybody for any reason. They want to see a fighting champion. Even if they're a fan of yours, they still want you to be a fighting champion. So again, I don't think that Tom Aspinall beats John Jones. I just don't see it. I don't see anybody in the heavyweight division that can beat John Jones. I don't see it. You know, Tom Aspinall might make it competitive for like 1 or 2 rounds, but John Jones is going to break him down if that fight gets made. And the fight here between Tybura and Denise is playing out exactly how I thought it would. Tybura is in no hurry to end this fight. Look at him just humping this guy's belly button all the way to the end of the first round. Fucking awful. Jake Miller says Jones is not the biggest star in his own home state. Some UK guy is, so John is nervous. I don't know what you're talking about, Jake. You're gonna have to be more specific. David Banner says his only loss is against the piss test. Have some respect. Travis said this is a good fat guy fight so far. I don't think that you hold that opinion anymore. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that. Banner says undefeated and undisputed, the only GOAT is Chael Sonnen. That's facts. That's facts. Jake Miller says GSP is closest to the GOAT in my opinion because he had the title run and no drug cheating history. GSP's greatest issue is he was gifted a win versus Hendricks and retired for years after. But also you got to look at the reasons why he retired for years, and he tried to cherry pick fights, and he wanted to only come back against a fighter with one eye, and then he got the fight with the fighter with one eye, and I heard that he promised Dana White that if he got that title fight and won, that he would defend the belt. And then as soon as he won the fight, he dropped the belt. But he claims that he had UC, ulcerative colitis, which is a very serious situation. But, you know, if we ever saw GSP again, we would know that he's on some bullshit. You know what I mean? So he didn't want to fight Robert Whittaker, and that or that is the narrative, you know? And the thing is that if you decline to fight a fighter as a professional fighter, as an elite professional fighter, if you fail to sign on the dotted line of the fighter that everybody thinks is the best while you are claiming to be the best, you're going to take a lot of heat. Isn't John from New Mexico? No, John is from New York. I think he lives in New Mexico. But you said something about somebody from the UK in New Mexico or something. I didn't understand that at all. Some UK guy is. So yeah, I don't understand what you're talking about. Did you place any bets? No, I don't bet. Jake Miller says Jones is outshined by Tom in his home state of New York. Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, that was kind of crazy. Yeah, that was kind of crazy. Jake, what part of New York are you from? No, Jake Miller's not from New York. I'm from New York. Yeah, John Jones is from Western New York, but, you know, it's still technically New York. Mason DiMaio seems to be one of the better fight cards. Absolutely not. We're only covering the prelims because the main card is trash. Jake Miller says, no, Jones is from Buffalo. He trained in New Mexico. Yeah, he lives and trains in New Mexico, but he's from New York. I am in New York City. So, there's that. Is that Marcin Tybura laying on Denise again? Yes, he is. I'm in New York, New York. New York, New York. Travis. Damn, I looked at the card. Didn't look the best. Yeah, it's not the best. Very far from the best. I said New York, New York. There's only one borough. That is New York, New York. You have Bronx, New York, which is Bronx County. You have Queens, New York, which is Queens County. You have Brooklyn, New York, which is Kings County. And you have Staten Island, which is Richmond County. Manhattan is New York County. New York, New York. If anybody tells you that they're from New York, New York, the borough is Manhattan. It can only be Manhattan. I thought you knew what I was talking about. You said you're from New York, Travis. I expect you to know these things, depending on how long you've lived in New York. I don't know how long you've lived in New York. I've been in New York my whole life. New Yorker wearing Mets shit, explaining the boroughs. That's crazy. Oh, you're from Long Island. Oh, yeah, okay. You get a little. Oh, and good night. Good night, Denise. Good. Yep, it's over. It's over. Come on, Herb, do your job. So, I said the most likely outcome would be Tybura by GMP TKO. And the second most likely outcome would be Tabura by wet blanket, unanimous decision. And there you go. Dan isn't even here to talk shit. Yeah, I mean, you know, Dan, like I said, I'm disappointed in Dan. You know, Dan assumed that he thought that I was going to say something about John Jones, and he was wrong. You know, he didn't stick around long enough to actually hear what I had to say, and then left. So that was very, very disappointing. But he made his decision, right? Nobody is beholden. I can't say to you guys, don't leave the stream. Like, if you're gonna leave, you're gonna leave. There's nothing I can do about it. But I think I've been very, very fair to John Jones. I think I've been very, very fair to John Jones. Yo, why are they up in Denis' face like that? He got a TKO. He just got blood streaming out of his nose. Oh yeah, like, you know, you missed Marcin Tybura busting up this guy's face. Dan thought I was gonna say negative things about John Jones and then left the stream. And he should have stuck around and actually listened to what I had to say.
Dan, that's, yeah.
He should have actually listened to what I had to say, because I actually had real analysis, not John Jones bad.
We'll see him next week. Fork.
Let me just put it here.
Fork.
So that was disappointing. This card has not really been good, except that who got like this wild ass fucking knockout that looked really cool. It was.
See what said Dan isn't even here to talk shit. Is that an old message?
Oban Elliott had a really, really pretty knockout. But
Mason's here.
yeah.
Oh, do we have a new? Hi, Travis.
Travis is the one that keeps talking about Tyson Fury beating all the MMA guys. He came back. Yeah, he's got some pretty good analysis, you know.
You want to change that to live chat or all chat? You have it on top chat.
I mean, you're the best tech person here, so. But yeah, I think I re-got all the comments.
Okay. I think I got you mac and cheese. Yeah, I got you mac and cheese as a side
Yeah, you know me.
with the sandwich.
He can have my mac and cheese too.
I think I'm gonna stress you muffin.
It was that bad,
They're just like close.
or the anticipation of something bad happening.
Anticipation.
Yeah, that I wanted to say. I wanted to give you some words of encouragement before you left, to say, hey, most of the time the fear of something is going to be much worse than the actual. But I didn't feel like talking at you or making you feel like I was talking at you, so I didn't say anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that she really wants your attention, so she's not really going to do anything right now to get in the middle of that. But whatever, we'll talk about it later.
I will enjoy when we sell chocolate muffins up in New York.
Dana White says if John Jones beats Tom Aspinall, then he would do the Paredes fight. I think that he's done so much glazing of John Jones that he's kind of had to remind John Jones who the actual boss is. But John Jones said, you know, if you don't give me the fight that I want, then I'm just going to leave. So are you going to leave the money on the table or what? So John Jones does have more leverage than other fighters, but I just don't think that. I think that once you start testing Dana White's ego, he's going to let you know who the boss is.
I couldn't even finish one whole taco while I was there. I
Yeah.
had shrimp tacos. I couldn't even finish one.
Shrimp
whole-
tacos?
I just had shrimp tacos. Salmon tacos.
It reminded me of Replicant Fish when he uses that clip of that woman saying shrimp tacos to like refer to, you know, the gash. Oh man, shout out to Replicant Fish. That dude is an English YouTube legend in my opinion.
Food was good though. It's just Dino BBQ is
Heavy food.
heavy food. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to order the lightest thing. The nice thing is they weren't cheap with the salmon and the taco. Just couldn't eat it all. Hi, gang.
Netflix says 60 million households watch Paul versus Tyson.
That's
Wow.
Hope everyone's doing well. I'm glad I was at least able to make it in the end. Oy, oy, oy. Did anyone comment on the thumbnail?
No, but they did say that it looked like Stipe was about to fight the Aflac mascot.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, you know, it's really crazy. Like, if you look at Travis's comments, you know, Travis is a real John Jones guy, but like he said, let me go back to what he said, because I think that this kind of highlights how people have been treating John Jones this week.
Mm-hmm.
Even Travis said, I agree, he should be fighting Tom tonight. He went on to say, he says, not going to lie, I love John Jones's personality as a fighter up until now. I'm a John Jones, you know, glazer. That's his words, not mine.
Mm-hmm.
But you see that the key phrase is up until now.
Right.
And I just think that even the people who really love John Jones, not named Dan Jensen, even his fans are having a really tough time. They don't think of him as a fighter, and that might also be another thing too. They think of John Jones as a guy that signs on the dotted line. Midmo says hello. You know, if you
Hey.
if you have an expectation of a fighter always signing on the dotted line, and it doesn't matter who, and then you're like, I'm not going to fight this guy because of these reasons, and the reasons don't make any sense.
Mm-hmm.
I think that John Jones probably created an expectation because he cleaned out the light heavyweight division with steroids and eye pokes and illegal knees,
But did it.
but he did it.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mhm.
And then he goes to heavyweight, and he didn't pick and choose his opponent. They said Cyril Gane is the most dangerous guy at heavyweight right now, and he didn't hesitate. He just took the fight. So now we look at a guy who's already retired and is claiming he is going to officially retire regardless of what happens tonight. Stipe is going to retire. Win, lose, or draw.
Right.
And you had the opportunity to fight Tom Aspinall before you signed the contract. He didn't sign the contract for the Stipe fight until like 2 or 3 months ago. Tom Aspinall had the interim belt long before then. So he could have said, well, you know, I'm back from the pec injury. Let me unify, because people are saying, oh my God, he's the undisputed champion. He's not the undisputed champion. If there is an interim champion, then you're not the undisputed champion. Right? You go and you beat the interim title, and now you have unified the title. Now you are the undisputed champion. It would be really interesting, because the only thing that I'm really interested in is if Bruce Buffer says the UFC heavyweight champion, or will he say the UFC undisputed heavyweight champion? Because that would be a lie.
Right. Well, we'll check social media.
Yeah. So that would be pretty interesting. But I think that John Jones created an expectation. You keep saying that you're the greatest of all time, the greatest of all time, the greatest of all time. Well, the thing is, the greatest of all time takes on anybody. You look at Max Holloway. Max Holloway has the expectation that no matter who is up, he's going to fight them. Ilya Topuria, no matter who is up, he'll fight them. Islam Makhachev, no matter who is up, he'll fight them.
Yep.
Israel Adesanya, he didn't pick and choose who he was going to fight. Whoever, had the biggest case and Dana said to fight, then he just showed up to fight. Robert Whittaker did not pick and choose, who the next contenders were going to be. But now we have a guy holding the heavyweight championship who doesn't want to fight the guy with the interim belt, and he's got every excuse under the sun. And I think that kind of removes a little bit of that aura of invincibility about John Jones, because they're not used to John Jones saying, I'm not going to sign on the dotted line.
I want to see Bruce's coat.
Yeah, it's some military tribute thing.
Oh, because of Monday. I still want to see it.
So he looks like a Call of Duty a gun camo. That's what he looks like.
Let me see Bruce. We're going to see the fighters for the next 15 minutes. Give me Bruce.
And this is not me criticizing John Jones. This is me reading the criticism of John Jones's fans toward him in a way that I was not expecting.
Right.
Yeah, I just was not expecting John Jones to take this level of criticism for saying that he doesn't want to fight Tom Aspinall. But I think that I think I heard somebody say that the heavyweight division is bigger than any single fighter, even John Jones. And I think that in the minds of fight fans, even if you are the staunchest of John Jones glazers, I think that there's a code that you don't break as an elite fighter. And that is, you don't ever look like you're shying away from a contender ever,
Right.
because they're gonna kill you for it. And if John Jones's fans are killing him for it, or the MMA media who has been bowing down at the altar of John Jones for the last 10 years, and they are killing John Jones right now. I'm talking about all the heavy hitters, all the big names in MMA media, and all of them. They are killing him for it, and I didn't expect that.
I've been reading it. Yeah.
Yeah, I cannot believe what I'm reading. I cannot believe, and again, like I said, the who's who, you know, the Weasel MMA, Tommy Toehold, what was the other one? MMA on Point. Like, I watched the videos today, and I'm like, yo, they are killing this man this week.
Nothing from Mexican martial arts. Did he?
I didn't, but I want to check that out. Yeah, he did stop and then restarted. Check out his channel to see if he's got anything this week.
This stuff must be. I mean, I hope he put out something. I know he was having
But you know he'll roast anybody for anything.
concentration issues.
Yeah. But you know that Mexican martial arts will, with his chancleta, he's good to hit anybody with it. So David Onama was a 16-1 favorite. The odds closed as 13-1.
Yeah, he's taking a break again. He hasn't posted anything for 3 months.
Okay, I'm a little surprised by that. But he's winning this first round.
Hopefully he comes back. Yeah, the last thing that he posted about was the Olympic boxer, that controversy.
Oh yeah, and then they somebody leaked that person's medical records and found out that they are a genetic male, and the testes did not descend. David Onama is about to get finished in the first round when he is a 1,300.
Yeah, I was about to say, isn't he a huge favorite?
Massive favorite. Massive. He was a 16-1 favorite before.
Wow.
He definitely lost round one now. That was crazy. That's really crazy. Romero is dominating this fight. If Onama makes it back to the stool at the end of the first round, his coaches are going to give it to him. But Romero is serving him right now.
Those knees to the thigh. Ugh.
Yeah, right at the knee joint too. Oh, Onama's trying to snatch that neck for a guillotine. Or he at least wants to threaten the guillotine to change the position. No, no, he's actually going for it. Onama's going for it. No, I don't think he's got it anymore though. Yeah, he lost it. He should have tried to. I mean, that wasn't a bad try. It wasn't a bad try, so I can't really kill him for going for that guillotine. But he really needed some space from Romero. But Onama looks ill prepared for this fight. Oh, look at that right hook from Romero. Yo, he is, and of course, you know, Romero is Mexican. So he don't give a fuck about your odds. He just hit him again with a right hook. Onama's not seeing the Romero's right hand. Oh, he stumbled Romero on the counter to the calf kick. Wow. Oh!
Nice.
Oh!
Nice,
Oh!
nice.
Oh!
Are they going to make it to round 2? Oh my god, he's going to get saved by the bell. Yep, he's getting saved by the bell.
Saved by the bell. Yo! Like, I don't know. Do you give Romero the round 1 anyway? They both scored a knockdown. I don't know. Wow, you're having a really carby night. I know, we'll talk. We'll talk.
She gave this to me.
Yeah, you probably should put them away. Because you know you're stress eating.
I know I'm stress eating.
Yeah.
I know. Put them in my mouth.
Oh. I was like, oh, was there another comment? Or I don't think that that's an official knockdown because he kind of pushed him down to the ground. I still think you got to give round one to Romero because he actually landed a knockdown. Straight left from Onama. Onama looks like he's kind of gotten back into a groove again. But I'm not seeing that right hook from Romero that was giving Onama so many problems. Perhaps he's looking to set it up. This might turn into fight of the night. It seems like a lot of people are leaning towards giving Onama that round, but I don't think that that's an official knockdown. I don't think that's an official knockdown from when he hurt Romero, but Romero actually did land a knockdown and landed more strikes, more consequential strikes too. So, you know, I got Romero slightly ahead. But again, a lot of judges might look at what happened at the end of the round, and that's going to be Dan Miragliotta has not performed well tonight. He should have jumped in there when the dude grabbed this cup, and he just kind of like, should I do my job? He let a dude get fucking erased with his head bouncing off the canvas 8 or 9 times, when he should have stopped the fight after the second or third time his head bounced off the canvas. It's like, dude, do your fucking job. Oh, Romero just got fucking clocked.
Did anyone get poked in the eye yet?
No. Well, I mean, Weidman is off the card. And the other eye poke guy is in the main event, so.
Okay.
Damn, Romero's wearing it. Man, he looked like he was about to shock the world. And then he's not. And he's not throwing that right hand anymore. That right hand was killing Onama in round 1. So now I'm wondering, did he break his right hand? Because he was throwing that right hook so much. And the only thing I want to see him throw the right hand. He's not throwing the right hand at all. So I'm led to believe. See, now he's trying to throw the right hand. I thought that he might have broken his right hand because he was killing Onama with the right hook. Onama wasn't seeing it, and he's just not throwing the right hand at all.
Nama is threatening to be the first eye poker. He keeps doing this.
Oh man, Onama's piecing him up now. Oh, he tried the spinning back elbow. Onama sets back up with the half guard. 40 seconds. I don't know if he's going to be saved by the bell here. So Romero's trying to stop that head and arm choke attempt here.
That was a good hammer fist.
"15 seconds left. I think he's just trying to get to the third round. Oh, now he's trying to get up. David Onama absolutely won this round. So either Romero needs to get a stop in round 3, or he's got to put it on in round 3. I hope that 2 judges gave him round 1. Streaming giant Netflix said Saturday that 60 million households tuned in live to watch YouTuber turned prize fighter Jake Paul, age 27, cruise to unanimous decision over Mike Tyson, the 58-year-old former heavyweight champion, at AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas. The fight peaked at 65 million concurrent streams. In addition, Netflix said 50 million households globally watched the co-main event, which saw Katie Taylor retain her undisputed women's lightweight championship with a controversial unanimous decision over Amanda Serrano. That number, according to Netflix, would likely make the fight the most watched professional women's sporting event in United States history. Netflix said additional information included total viewers, which would be released in the coming days. Netflix has 280 million subscribers worldwide. The card marked the company's first foray into streaming a live sports event, and it wasn't seamless. According to the website Down Detector, nearly 85,000 viewers logged problems with outages or streaming leading up to the fight, resulting in many viewers to express their frustrations on social media Friday night. The boxing mega event dominated social media, shattered records, and even had our buffering systems on the ropes, Netflix said Saturday. So, at least you know, they owned up to that.
Yeah, for us it wasn't so bad, but from what I was reading online, there were some people where
Yes, I was seeing it too while we were watching it. Romero's got to do something. Oh, he threw an overhand right there. I don't know what was wrong with his right hand in the second round. He didn't throw it at all. Now Onama's talking shit now. Yeah, Onama found his groove, but it was looking precarious in the first round. Obviously, black men don't check calf kicks, so. And now Romero is like, "Ooh, I got you to buckle on a calf kick? Okay." And now Onama switched stances here. Will Romero slam that calf again? So Onama's switching stances a lot here. And that has kind of slowed down David's offense here a little bit, because I don't think that he really wants to fight in southpaw. I think he wants to fight orthodox, and he's worried that Romero... Oh, head kick Romero!
He caught it.
Yes, he did. Romero's trying to stay up. Oh, Onama's got him. That was very, very nice move by Onama on the side of the cage there. But I think Onama's calf is really smarting right now. And Romero's got to do something. welcoming to the stream, we've got Captain Paul on TSP. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. Sorry, I just saw your text message. I was actually out with the wife, and Alex, you know, is Fajardo.
Yeah.
Came up. He's actually up here right nearby, so he came up for the weekend to come hang out.
Fajardo is Captain Paul's co-host on the Locker Room. For those scoring at home.
Sorry, so I didn't have a chance to answer, so my fault.
Did you watch the Jake Paul Mike Tyson thing?
I didn't waste my time on that because I knew it was rigged to begin with.
It wasn't rigged. It actually wasn't rigged, but it was actually pretty sad.
Yeah, I mean, you're what, 50?
Well, the co-main event was rigged. The co-main was rigged, but the Paul versus Tyson wasn't actually rigged.
Just pathetic. Right. But my thing is, I think I said this at the time, right? What does Paul really gain out of this? Nothing.
At least $20 million
Well,
for one.
Yeah.
And the thing is, if you actually watch the fight, you'll understand by the way that he carried himself that he was just a kid living his dream. He was super respectful. It was a fan of Mike Tyson in the cage with getting a chance to spar with a legend,
Yeah, but then spar with the legend and make it a spar. But, I don't know.
Yeah, but a lot of people were thinking, Mike could, hit him with one of those right hooks from hell and shock the world,
Yeah, but he couldn't. Couldn't hit him. So, I mean, hats off to being a 50-year-old, I guess.
Well, I mean, and that was the lose-lose situation for Paul. But if you looked at the way Paul carried himself through the fight, especially from rounds 3 to 8, Paul was actually the only person I could say anything positive about connected to that event. We talked about it extensively here on TSP early in the stream, and I talked about it.
Because how he let up, and he wasn't just gonna.
Right, yeah, like if you looked at it, and the thing is, I think that he sensed that he was in the cage with the black Joe Biden, and the way that he kind of saw that he was in there with somebody that looked like he has dementia, the way that he let up on Mike, it actually warmed my heart. Like, he was the only non-douche connected to the event.
Yeah.
So I have to give major, and you know how much I dislike the Paul brothers. But when it came to doing what was ethical and what was respectful to somebody that he called a friend before this fight, to somebody that he looked up to growing up, you could not have been classier in that situation once you notice. Because he hit Mike with a couple of 3-hit combos that had Mike doing the river dance from the 1920s.
Yeah.
It could, and the thing is, I talked about this. He could have taken Mike's life last night if he would have done to him what he did to everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, God, how do I put this?
It's a sideshow. I get it.
I get what you're saying, and it's beautiful, and it's wonderful, and kumbaya, he didn't knock his lights out, right? For permanent, Yeah, but I'll say this, alright? I'm gonna say this with my chest. All he picks is fucking cream cake, cupcake fucking fights. He picks an old fucking Mike Tyson. I want to see him actually pick an in their prime, actively boxing boxer. That's it. I mean, he's taking all the money. He has all the fucking bag he has, right? Like, he's getting the money. Like, dude, actually fight a real boxer. Someone in
that's the only thing he's got left to do. Let me ask you this question, Paul. Were you a Mike Tyson fan growing up?
Yes, because that dude would rip someone's heart out, eat their ear, and like, yes.
So I gotta ask you this, Kat. If you got a chance to make $20 million plus to be in the ring with your idol, your boxing idol, you wouldn't try to get that opportunity if it was possible?
So now this is a different question then. Okay, so am I already a millionaire, first off, right? Or am I just, that's my one chance for it? So this is where it gets, Paul's already made his millions, right?
Captain Paul? Captain Paul's already made his millions?
I wish Captain Paul already made his millions. Subscribe, hit that like, comment, hit I think honestly, when it comes down to it, is if I was already established, I had my millions like Paul, no, I wouldn't fight him. Because it's just a respect thing, man. Like, and it's also a respect for the sport.
The sport's dead already. They're milking the last little bit that's left in the sport.
Because it's sideshows like this, and I'm gonna blame.
No, I disagree. I gotta stop you there. All of the incompetence and the corruption in boxing before the sideshows. The sideshows actually got people talking about boxing again.
Okay, I mean, listen, fair. I'll give you but I'll say this, like,
Stop speaking much.
It's just the sideshow. It's become. It's like it's a joke. I mean, it's like MMA is now what boxing used to be.
Yes, agreed.
So like it doesn't even. No one cares about boxing anymore. If I'm being honest with you, like even people that. I mean, as a hockey player, that was actually off-season training for me. Was boxing. Right. So
they took boxing mostly out of the sport.
Yeah.
Almost completely.
So my thing is like
Matt Rempe had to go find some retired player to help teach him how to box on skates because nobody's doing it at the NHL level anymore.
But I'll say this: if I already had my millions in my bag, I wouldn't fight Tyson. But if it was like I'm me right now. I'm making okay money, but I'm not rich. I'd be like, yeah, fuck it. Send me in the ring. I'll chop his ear off, right? Like, it's just, yeah, there's different levels to it, but Paul's already established that his millions. So I was like, I don't see the point. I don't. I mean, if you're such a big fan, you're such an idol, understand that you're not fighting Tyson in his prime. That would have killed him. I'm going to make this very clear. Mike Tyson in his prime would have ate him a fucking alive. Like ate him. But
that was the lure of the fight. Everybody was talking about, if Tyson can land that big, powerful left or right hook.
Dude, I thought the fight should have stopped when Tyson was having heart issues or chest issues.
No, he wasn't. No, he had an ulcer. So I'm gonna read you. I'm gonna read you a tweet that Mike Tyson put out today and I want to get your opinion on this. He said, "I'm grateful for last night. No regrets to get in ring one last time. I almost died in June. Had 8 blood transfusions, lost half my blood and 25 pounds in hospital, and had to fight to get healthy to fight. So I won. To have my children see me stand toe-to-toe and finish 8 rounds with a talented fighter half my age in front of a packed football stadium is an experience that no man has the right to ask for. Thank you."
Okay, so listen. Obviously, Mike Tyson wasn't at his best, right? And all that's all well and good. But Tyson don't need to fight for that shit no more.
He did get $20 million from Netflix.
Listen, he did. But I don't know, man.
Christmas is around the corner.
Just something about it just
He's got credit card bills to pay. He's got kids. Remember Crow Marty? How am I gonna feed my kids?
I mean, listen.
No. That was Latrell Sprewell.
Listen.
I can't play for $10 million a year. How am I gonna feed my kids?
Tyson's a legend. So, but I just kind of wish. Like that fight didn't happen, but that's just my opinion.
I agreed. But the thing is, the fight wasn't the worst part of the event, though, unfortunately. So, and I talked about that ad nauseum.
Yeah, well, I thought it was a pretty bad part of it.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, it was a sideshow.
Yeah, 100%.
So I'm not too surprised.
But Jake Paul definitely carried him to the end of the 8th round. Because he could have ended Mike Tyson's life if he would have gone as hard as he did against, Nate Robinson or something like that,
That's again, all well and good. But he still went into a ring with Mike Tyson in his 50s. It's just, I don't know, man. Unless some of this might just be, I don't like the Paul brother. I don't
think that you would want to fight Mike Tyson at age 68. You'd be like, no, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? Like he could still take your soul from you.
But like we're talking about me, who likes to work on boats and ingest donuts.
Oh yeah, you do that.
Yeah, but to compare to someone like Paul, who's trying to masquerade himself as an actual pro boxer.
Yeah.
Like that, there's a difference. Like there's like that'd be like that'd be like me selling like a fitness training program, and I'm not fit. like what are we doing?
Midmost Mark says, "Hey, Cap."
Well, I said, I don't know, man. I just fucking disgusted right now.
Yeah.
Disgusted.
Yeah, I can't. I can't. I really can't argue with that, Cap.
No, I mean, like, listen, like, who in the fuck? I don't know. Just my opinion. I don't know. Just it was a disgusting. It was a disgusting act. To like Joe Buck. Like, it was a disgusting act. But yeah, I don't know, man. Just like okay.
Now,
would you fight Mike Tyson?
Fuck no. I want to live.
Like, well, you would live. He's the one dying.
Did you see? Did you hear that? The call out that Jake Paul made was Canelo Alvarez. That's his call out.
I hope he actually happens.
Now the thing is, Jake Paul weighed in at 227 pounds for that fight with Mike Tyson. So I don't know. He would have to lose a lot of muscle. He would have to cut a lot to get down
what's
to.
Canelo? What is Canelo like?
I mean, Canelo fought Mayweather back in the day, so he can't be that big.
No. Well, I will. Okay. How old is Canelo?
Let's.
Because I generally don't know.
Yeah, I'm going to check for you. You type in CA on Google, and Canelo Alvarez is the first thing you see. He's 34.
Okay, he's 34, so he's still in his prime. Okay. But I'd want that.
Canelo Alvarez gives 3-word response to Jake Paul's world title call out. And I guess what was the his response is, "I'm not interested." Canelo Alvarez is like, "Nah, I'm good." Jake Miller's in the cage with Damon Jackson. I really did struggle to pick a winner with this because Damon Jackson obviously is younger, but Jim Miller is ageless. You know, he just keeps fighting and he just keeps winning. Although I think he did lose at UFC 300, which was the last fight. JL is having a rough day. JL says Onama only looks sloppy because he fought a guy who took a fight against someone on 3 days' notice, had nothing to lose. The thing is, Onama almost got knocked out in the first round. So,
I mean,
Jake Miller said Dan Jensen is on Jessica Androgynous's Lonely Fans page. That's crazy.
that's disrespectful.
Oh shit.
That's disrespectful.
That's
You know what the crazy thing? It'd be fucked up if this is like the exact moment where Dan pops in, like, "Hey, let me just check."
and
He's talking shit.
they're talking shit about him. Damn, that was foul.
We still miss you, Dan, if you're in the back row.
He's not.
Man.
That's fucking it's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I'm not too surprised with the cash grab, Paul. But
Yeah, but I like I said, I think that even in that situation, he woke up, his conscience woke up, and he did the right thing in the end. And you know, he bowed to Mike with like 3 seconds left in the fight. You could tell he was an actual Mike Tyson fan, for real.
yeah. Well, if he was a real fan,
Yeah, JL, the odds for the David Onama fight closed at 1350. Oh, we got the guillotine.
Well, it's like if you're gonna give me your
It's
neck,
vagina tight. Oh, he tapped. Wow, Damon Jackson tapped to Jim Miller.
to himself. He said, "Please take my neck." That's his own fault.
I will take your neck.
This is not that type of show, sir. We don't get enough super chats for that.
Shout out to the
Could be
Indian
if you
Jesus,
guys
who is
are
the
trying
stream
hard.
sponsor.
What'd you say?
it could be if you guys were trying harder.
There's not enough super chats for that.
Guys, down below in the comment section.
Thing 2 is chiming in the background also. Being her little troll self.
Damn, Damon Jackson left his neck out there
That's what I
and
said.
got it snatched up. Look at that, look at it.
Mm-hmm.
Look at it. Guillotine, jumped it. Oh.
Jackson fucked up.
It's vagina tight. Look at it. Eee. Damn.
Did it to himself.
Damn, Jim Miller in the first round like he was 20 years younger than he actually is. And now, like, if he was thinking about this being his retirement fight, he took no damage. He'll give me another fight. Wow. I mean, he ended that fight in the amount of time it took for me to put his name up on the screen.
Yeah.
Damn. And Jim Miller's like 1,000,000 years old. Dude, Banner, get out of my head. Get out of my head. David Banner says the Dustin Poirier dream finish. Get out of my head.
Hive mind.
Goodness. Jim Miller versus Clay Guida. I don't know if the UFC will give Clay Guida another fight.
Why?
Clay Guida has been fighting a long time, and that dude is ranked very highly up there in the CTE rankings.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. CT is good for the soul.
Yeah, tell that to the family of Chris Benoit. David Banner says Clay Guida is going to fight Chase Hooper soon. What?
Oh, really?
At least he's not going to get his head... Well, Hooper's got hands now.
Mm-hmm.
But he's probably just going to tear his ACL. Wait, is Damon Jackson going to put the gloves down? Is he going to put the gloves down? Or he just wants to get out of the gloves? Yep.
Oh, he put it
And there it goes. Damon Jackson retires. Wow.
Like, actually retire or just retire from the match?
No, Damon Jackson, he took off his gloves and laid them down in the middle of the cage. That is the universal sign for that's retirement time.
Well, so he's weak.
Jim Miller looks like he has the physique of somebody half his age. And he just snatched Damon Jackson's neck. Damn. 38 wins, 18 losses, 1 no contest. David Banner says that hairline came all the way back. So Damon is really a winner. JL, this is still the free portion of this. Jake Miller says Jim Miller called out the state agents who killed Peanut the squirrel. He did? Yeah. Yeah, fuck those guys. We didn't talk about it on TSP, but here in New York, we have a lot of problems that need to be fixed. But you know what the state of New York thought was a good idea? To go in there and like, we need to go in there and fix this. This dude put a squirrel in a nice little Mexican hat or some sort of like, little top hat. Mm-hmm. Oh, this guy's got a squirrel wearing a top hat and he's feeding him. We need to go in there and euthanize. Euthanasia makes you kill your pets. Like what the fuck do we need? The state of New York? Do you know how long it takes to fix a fucking pothole?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But they had to run out there and make sure that they killed the Bushwick Aquarium. Mm-hmm. They killed that real fast. They don't fix the streets. They don't fix nothing unless somebody has done something positive with it. Mm-hmm. Oh, we need to go and stop that right now. Pieces of man. I'm just gonna shut up. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna shut up.
That squirrel was a victim of liberalism.
Crazy.
Maybe if that squirrel was in Texas and still be alive. That's fucking wild. Oh, but nah, man. I mean, I know you're doing your fights tonight.
Yeah, we're gonna actually. There's only one fight left that we're covering because we're not covering the main card.
Why?
Because it's not worth $80. The fights are not compelling at all. So normally we do buy all of the pay-per-views, but nope.
Today.
No, not today.
Does Greg Hardy still fight?
No. Thank God. Get him out of here.
Yeah, so we could at least see we have a stream sponsor. Can you type in oh, never mind. You don't have to type anything.
Yeah, Mason, over here we pay for our events, and if we don't pay, we don't watch.
Jay says, New York seems rich. The city isn't broke.
Yeah, no, it's struggling financially. It definitely is struggling financially.
But I think the point of the statement before Jay is there are things that the city could fix.
Or the state.
Or the state could fix. But they'll only do it if people are enjoying themselves.
Yeah. If they can stop something good from happening, that's the only time when they will put the resources out there to fix a problem.
Sounds about right.
Can you type in what's his face?
Oh. Chris Weidman is gutted because of the fight cancellation. Yeah, you would have gutted Eric Anders' eye sockets with your fingers.
It's a genuine question here. When are you gonna come visit me?
Let's talk about that off stream because that needs to happen.
Yeah, we gotta make dreams come true.
You said it's like a 4.5 hour drive, right?
Yeah, so like depending on when you leave, yeah, it's about could be 4 hours, 4.5. But like I'll just say, Alex left last night, and he left at like 6:37. He didn't get back up here till like midnight. So
yeah, that's hard, especially on a Friday night trying to get out of the city. That's really the big problem.
No, but if we do
so
that,
I mean,
we could probably like just spend the weekend out there. If you want to do that. Because I wouldn't want to cut the day short.
Yeah, I mean, we probably need to set it up for being there a little bit longer. That's a long ass drive to be like, all right, let's turn right back around.
yeah, no, I get you. I get you on that. I mean, there's a Red Roof Inn.
Yes, there you go, man. we'll leave the light on for you. Motel 6.
Actually, post holidays, the prices will probably be cheaper.
Yeah. That's probably true.
Right before the holidays, or right before or right after the holidays, the prices are best.
So, well, thank you for being part of the show today, Cap.
No problem. Again, guys, if you're watching this stream, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. We great this because we got DT in office, so we need to make sure to get all those PPE loans and get ourselves right. So make sure to hit that subscribe button, white privilege, and all that good.
Yeah, this is a white-owned business now for the next 4 years.
Yeah, he is now. DG is trans white. Wild times we're living in. Wild times.
Yep, exempt from federal and state taxes.
Yeah, it was crazy. He was telling me the other day that he just doesn't. I'm not going to go there. That's true. Anyways, I'll just hit me up when you're done, man, or hit me up when you're free, and we'll go from there, buddy.
Yeah, all right, let's do it.
All right, later, bud.
Peace.
Like when he starts the sentence, like he's going to be serious. I'm like, uh-oh.
Yep.
What's coming?
Some serious bullshit's about to come out of his mouth. That coach that was carrying, I think it was Carrie Strug when she hurt her ankle at the Olympics. Remember that?
Okay.
Her coach finally died at age 82. Corelli.
Okay.
He was the one that was like carrying her when she was like trying to get the U.S. to the medal. Was that in 2000 or something like that? 1996, 2000, something like that. So, wow.
Geez. We are covering recovery next week.
Yeah, we're going to cover everything where it makes sense.
But the reason why he's asking is because I think
like
next
3
week's
a.m.
car is a really early one.
Yeah, so yeah, we'll figure that out too.
We're definitely covering. We just haven't decided if we're covering all of it and we're going to get up that early.
Or we'll do it in shifts.
But yes, we will be on next week. Yeah, I think I don't even want to say if we get to bed early we'll be able to cover it, because we're not going to get to bed early. That's not what we do here.
On the Friday night, no, we can get to bed by 10 o'clock, sleep for 5 hours, get up at 3, or I can get up at 3, start the show, and then, when you want to get up, then you can get up, or if you want to join me, or if we go in shifts.
Alright. Well, maybe I'll prep some snacks for that evening and morning. Alright.
If Chandler wins,
Yes.
he gets the winner of Islam versus Armin in January. Yeah, and it's really crazy because he has a losing record in the UFC. So, awesome.
Jay says 3 prelims. Why did I think Jay was in our time zone? No.
Yeah, I think he's in like fucking Vancouver or some
he's
shit.
west of.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, he's in
David.
like
It's David first, Saskatchewan, and then Jay is
yeah, Sasquatch,
the
Juwan.
other Alberta, I think he has said.
Calgary, Alberta. Or, thereabouts.
I think Bob Trotter is the only one who's right above us.
He dropped in and said that this fight card sucked. And then roasted me for wearing a baseball cap.
Oh, today?
Yep.
Aw. Nice of him to pop in.
I mean, I am wearing a baseball cap.
It's very sweet of him. To pop
He just came in and said, this card blows. And I was like, for once, I completely agree with you. Martinez is gonna get slept. It's possible. Marcus McGee's got some ferocious power, but Jonathan Martinez has a lot to fight for. He fought like he was a Jose Aldo worshiper in his last fight, and I think that he has a lot to prove. So, yeah. I don't think that he got embarrassed. I think he embarrassed himself. He really looked like he was sparring in the cage with somebody that he idolized instead of in the cage with somebody he contracted to fight.
Martinez versus McGee. Realizing he was fighting. I like both of these dudes. Now that we've seen a bunch of arenas on the screen, MSG looks small. MSG is not small, but compared to
Because I think they put all of that
other
fucking
arenas.
crazy shit all over it that makes it look smaller.
Yeah. Well, like the big screen and the sensor sort of blocks off the nosebleeds.
Yes. So you can't really see all the way up there.
But there are some arenas where they fight in where it just looks, just huge.
Martinez has no hands. He can only kick effectively. And then as soon as he said that, they showed a bunch of clips of him kicking the legs off of Cub Swanson. Goodness. That guy he knocked out looks like Ilya Topuria.
Yeah, he does.
I was like, I know he didn't do that to him. Justin look alike. The sphere is still breathtaking, absolutely.
Yeah.
And the thing is, the graphics they put up on their screen made that place look 14 times bigger than it actually was.
Yes.
There was a lot of depth to a lot of the animations. That was really cool.
Any minty bets today?
Nope. David Banner says everybody that was somebody went to the fight last night. A lot of empty seats, and the pay-per-view is starting in a half hour. I don't think that that's going to be a big deal.
They're probably all out drinking before they get inside.
Yeah, they probably sold it out. They probably sold it out.
There's a lot of bars around MSG.
Yeah.
probably a lot of people standing online for food.
And the thing is, a lot of the hardcore MMA fans don't care about this card. It's the casuals that are buying the tickets to this event. And that's why Dana White keeps John Jones so firmly down in his throat, because John Jones brings the casuals money. And it's really crazy because John Jones, this is the least popular I've seen among fight fans. This is the least popular I've seen. And like I told them, I think that John Jones beats Tom Aspinall if they fought. I think that I would have John Jones as a 3-1 favorite over Tom Aspinall. Looking at the guys' fighting styles, their resumes, the fight IQ, both of them have very high fight IQ. I just think that John Jones knows how to use more weapons more effectively than Tom Aspinall. But the problem is that I think that Aspinall has the one-hitter-quitter power that John Jones has never really faced before. You know, Thiago Santos had that, but then remember his knees, he basically had his legs cut off below the knee for that fight, you know? So there was no way he was going to do anything to John Jones with all of his ligaments and both of his knees torn, you know? John Jones has had, like, you know, really good fighters that had, like, different styles, but, like, Cyril Gane is never going to one-hit quit somebody.
Yeah.
You know? You know, Stipe kind of might. Even Stipe's not doing that. Stipe's not doing that. I think, you know, the only one that's really finishing fights mad quick in that light heavyweight scene is Tom Aspinall. But at the same time, like, you know, Mike Tyson had really good power in his punches in round 1 and 2 last night, but he couldn't find the target, so it didn't matter. And I think that is how the fight would play out with John Jones. I just don't think that I just don't think that Tom Aspinall is going to be able to use his gifts as well as John Jones will be able to use his. And it's also part of my analysis is I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah.
You know, even with all of the PEDs and the eye pokes and all of that, you know, I've only really seen 2 fighters really beat John Jones.
They almost look like alligators. The print.
I look at it, they look like Call of Duty gun camos.
Yeah, I mean, I could see how it looks like gun camo. It's just the shape almost looks like a gator.
It's supposed to be fatigues fatigue that repeats on pattern. I think that if he was really going to do a fatigue jacket, he should have just did a full-on fatigues jacket.
Right. Like the traditional one.
Almeida is not beating John Jones. That hype train is killed. That's done, JL. Stop it. Almeida is a one-trick pony. He will be diving at Jones's crotch the entire fight. Jones would be sprawling him out, going around, taking his back, hitting him with 12 to 6 elbows, ground and pounding him up against the side of the cage.
I think Herb Dean
Almeida has no chance against John Jones.
I think there was a bit of a pop for Herb Dean. I think we were just cheering.
No, it was cheering for Bruce saying his name.
His toes okay?
They gave Jonathan purple shorts.
What just happened?
I don't know.
Are you talking about his toenails?
I don't know. Yeah, that was weird. Yeah, even Jonathan Martinez admitted that he was starstruck by Jose Aldo, and he fought like it.
There is danger in everything you do with Marcus McGee, though. This man is a heavy striker.
Look at the muscles in his lats.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen bristling lats like that on a man of any size, you know, by comparison. Like, except like only the craziest bodybuilders.
Right.
If he's using his hips and his lats to throw strikes, you can see why that power is there. That shit is crazy. And McGee is just throwing leather. Nice defense from Martinez there. Oh, outside leg kick right on the side of the knee of Martinez's knee. And McGee is now playing Martinez's game with the leg kicks. So yes, this is, I believe, the featured prelim, which also marks the end of this fight stream, which is a little weird for us.
Yeah.
But we hope that you guys will join us next week.
At the very least, if you're able to join us for the main card, because I know that as far as time zones go, for a couple of you, you were a little further behind than we are, so it might be a little more difficult. But if you're able to pop in at any point, we will be awake. We'll probably have bloodshot eyes.
McGee is hard shots all day. Pause.
We'll probably be yawning the entire time, but we will be here.
My eyes just might look a little groggy, but I don't know if it'll be
Bloodshot.
I mean, you know, I get up at super early times to work on a regular basis, you know, so.
I don't. So as soon as that
That's
card
not
is
true.
over...
On race days, you get up stupid
Okay,
early.
well, yeah, get up at 4 a.m. on race day. But that happens
A few times a year.
for...
Or if we're going to the airport or something.
Yeah. But it's not my norm. But yeah, I'm going straight to bed after that card.
After the morning card? Mm-hmm. I'm supposed to hit the gym. I might switch my leg day to Sunday on that Saturday. I don't know.
Well,
Because the time to try to get any parking near the gym. Or maybe I might just walk to the gym on that day, depending on the weather.
Yeah, I think the weather is supposed to be decent this week.
Yeah, so we'll see.
We'll see. Maybe. We'll see. I'm supposed to ease back into running this week, so my Saturdays will not yet be like, oh, I must absolutely go to Central Park and get 10 miles in. I still have some flexibility.
So it looks like Martinez is a little bit more concerned with his defense than getting his offense off. And I think that he might be a little afraid of getting countered if he throws too many leg kicks. So he's really trying to be very judicious with that. And I think that he's felt the power of McGee, and I think he's trying to stay out of the power range. But when you stay out of McGee's power range, you also are outside your own striking range. So we might be looking at a 2-fight losing streak for Mr. Martinez.
Homes.com is a new, elevated home shopping experience. Beautiful design, tremendously rich content. Feels like a work of art.
What about the app?
Uh-oh.
Wow, went all in on gold. Bingo!
Homes.com. We've done your homework.
Look at us. All stressed before we even get dressed. That's the thing. Time off to go off on brunch. Oh yeah. Can't hurt. Let's roll with sausage, ricotta, peaches, and quiches, and all kinds of great. Yeah. Let's trigger line dances on each other. You just gotta keep the Bloodies Mary, the Johnsonville of plenty, and keep it juicy.
This just looks like coronary heart disease commercial.
It's a good commercial though. And then the whole like super stressed out and you just woke up. Just like fucking eat some breakfast and chill the fuck out.
Put a lot of meat in your mouth.
Two all-timers under the lights at Madison Square Garden. The best MMA athlete of all time and heavyweight champ John Jones finally competing at home. He'll take on the most decorated heavyweight champ in UFC history, Stipe Miocic, UFC 309. You can be yours right now on ESPN Plus, UFC.com/PPV. Everywhere else around the world.
I love the message in the Martinez corner. They said we get that you're getting reads, we get that you're seeing everything, but we need more activity. See, he's blocking the vast majority of these, but he's not returning anything.
And it's also a throw. When he does throw, he's missing the marks. He's just not catching the geese out of range. He landed a good leg kick there.
It looks like Martinez wants to put a little bit of the leg kicks in the bank.
Martinez starting to find his range early round two.
I think that's a smart thing if you want to take some of the power away from McGee. You see that the McGee's skin has changed colors up and down his leg, both above and below the knee. I don't really know if
Right leg.
yeah. And it seems like those are the only significant strikes that Martinez has been able to land. But he has the ability to end the fight with leg kicks. Anytime McGee touches him, he's backing off. Look at the tactician that McGee is. It's like, why did it take him so long to get to the UFC? Look at that wild overhand left. For real. What the hell was that? And you start to see shots like that when guys are afraid to go straight up the middle.
And then they don't realize how dangerous you are, and they just start working. He has got to get some respect.
Defended spinning back kick, back fist. McGee was not fazed by that attempt at all. Nice leg kick by Martinez.
I like that for Martinez. I want to see more.
Yeah, that leg is looking like a Slim Jim.
Which is a big part of the problem because Marcus is just all over the place. So many angles. There's a nice
Teep kick up the middle for Martinez.
He's got all the skills. Yes.
And you know what's really, really crazy? Jonathan Martinez is making JL look like a prophet. What did he say? Martinez has no hands. He can only kick effectively. And that's exactly what we're seeing. And you know, the only significant strikes that we've seen landed from Martinez are kicks, mostly to the legs. Now the legs have effect. You know, the leg kicks have affected McGee, but Martinez hasn't really shown McGee anything other than the leg kick. So every single time Martinez gets inside any kind of striking range, McGee touches him, and he's like, "Oh, I got to get out of there." Oh, nice overhand left for Martinez. He feinted the right and came through with the left. That might be like the first clean hit to the head that Martinez has had all fight. Oh, lead elbow Martinez. That was nice. Ooh, straight right and then leg kick. Uh-oh, Martinez like, I can't have JL fucking accurately roasting me. What? And he's still way behind on significant strikes. But now he's got that lead elbow again. McGee's taking his foot off the gas just a little bit.
Martinez has only thrown 48 total strikes. McGee has landed 62 and counting.
It's always a bad thing when one guy has landed more strikes than the other guy has attempted. Oh, nice leg. He chopped down.
I think he hurt him with that one.
Yeah,
So
that
look at the
yeah,
knee.
and the way that he kind of chopped down, it was like an over. It was almost like like an overhand punch with the leg kick. He chopped down on his calf, and it kind of buckled the side of his knee a little bit. That was pretty impressive. But I mean, that's really all that he's done. That's really looked effective. Oh, Jennifer Hudson's looking pretty good under the circumstances.
Oh, you probably saw the email. I put some gas.
Yeah, I did see that. I was like, oh, well, there you go. That means I'll put gas in the other car soon.
The price actually wasn't terrible.
No, but it probably, looking at how they got you last time, it'll probably be even cheaper in the other spot.
I mean,
So.
probably.
But if you were
for
right
where
there, if you were right there, you might have spent, close to the same amount of money if you would have went for the discount driving a long distance to try to get there.
Which is why I did that. And I was already under a quarter tank.
Mm.
And, I need the car for the next 3 days.
Yeah.
So it just made sense to do that.
Right. Yep. All right.
So, I didn't know what the price was going to be. I just did it. So
Yeah, look, his
seeing the
leg
40, I was
is
happy.
fucked up. McGee's leg is fucked up. Imagine if he gets stopped because he got his leg chopped down.
Oh. Minimo was replying to
himself.
Welcome to the present. How are you, sir?
Oh, at least he tried to get his leg out of the way. Oh, dig into the body. Look at that combo from McGee. McGee's winning the fight. The thing that he's got to worry about is one of these TKO via knee injury type of deals. Or he can't stand up anymore because he just got slammed on the calf too many times. Oh! It happened! Oh man, he's hurt!
Leg!
Oh!
Fuck.
Oh man!
McGee!
Damn it, McGee! He's trying to get that leg out of the way! And now that he's worried about the calf kick, now Martinez can find the range with the hands. That leg is fucked! Yo, he doesn't even want to step on it to throw strikes.
It's like, stay close to me. Don't kick me anymore.
Oh my god.
Please.
Yo, if Martinez pulls this off with a leg kick TKO, good god. Yo, McGee is like, yo, we're gonna hang out here on the side of the cage because we need to stop you from chewing up my leg.
He's like, I'm already winning. I don't need this loss.
And McGee is like, listen, I'm light skinned, but I'm still black, so we still take leg kicks until it's too late. That was funny. That was funny. The way Joe Rogan said that, his leg is toast. If he puts a knee on that leg, Jonathan Martinez could throw a knee right there. Yeah, he needs to separate from McGee and make him come out to the middle of the cage.
I'll tell you one thing. Marcus McGee was okay with it.
Oh, he kicked it again! Yo, he can't even stand on it. Oh, man.
Protect your leg.
Yo, now this fight is... He's trying to hop away from the leg kick. Oh, shit.
Every time Marcus McGee moves forward and throws a combination, he found something to kick the range. He needs to keep the pressure going forward. He cannot run.
Oh, he kicked the other leg. Oh, man. It might be too late for Jonathan to get the win on this one, though.
Don't reset, McGee.
I want to see if Martinez can do it. Dude, he kicked that leg.
The orthodox stance, Martinez has got to go. 1 minute to go.
He's trying to hide that leg. He's trying to soccer kick his fucking leg. Oh man, that's so funny.
Well, it's not as dangerous anymore.
40 seconds, Martinez. 30 seconds.
Here's
Oh, nice right hand, Martinez.
Use it.
18 seconds. He's hiding that leg. He's running. McGee is like, I need this win. 8 seconds, 7, 6, 5, 4. And he escapes with his life. McGee escapes. Oh, man. McGee is like, yo. McGee is like, listen.
Oh.
McGee is like, listen, I'm never fighting you again. He's like, yo, I will take this W and get the fuck out of here. Because he was dominating Martinez, but that leg kick, that outside leg kick at the end of round 2, and you saw it. You picked up on it immediately. Yeah, that leg is fucked. The way it looked, do you remember Skip It?
I love Skip It.
He looked like he was using to skip it. Martinez trying to kick the leg. Oh, man.
He's like, don't look at my face, look at my leg.
Oh, man. It's like, how many can you get in a row?
I had to skip it. Those are fun.
Oh, man. Well, McGee was put on his skip it. The way he was trying to jump out of the way of that leg kick was crazy. Martinez just lost his ranking, yeah. But man, McGee was on his on his last leg. Oh man. And it's really crazy because with the power that McGee has, he didn't really do any damage to Martinez. So if you see a funky scorecard, don't be surprised.
All right, for the scorecards now, the one, the only. Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision.
Mippo!
Scores of contest, 29-28 for the winner.
Oh, okay, they gave it to Marcus McGee.
It was nice seeing you both in the slumps.
Mid-Mo says, different format stream tonight, though it's always nice seeing you both in the slumps in the chat on Saturdays. I really do appreciate that, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You're actually the David Banner says, good seeing everybody. He's out. Let me just make sure that I show the proper respect to
Yeah, that definitely compromised me. Jonathan kicks harder than anybody in this division, I'm pretty sure. And I wanted to stay away from those kicks, but even then, he still caught me, and they were heavy. They were heavy kicks, and I had the power. So, whether or not I could get my game or not, I had to just suck it up and keep on moving forward. So that's what I did.
Yeah, it was very, very nice having everybody here and, supporting the stream and the whole bit. So, we got co-stream sponsors today. Thank you so much.
You looked absolutely sensational for those 2 rounds.
so much. I've been really working, guys. I plan on coming back and being even better, you know.
But Marcus McGee wanted to make sure that if you had any question as to whether or not he's black because of his light skin color, those leg kicks he took let you know that yes, he is in fact a card-carrying member of the black community. Because he just ate them leg kicks until he couldn't walk anymore. So, yeah, see, I knew that. Hold on a second. Yeah, they're doing that thing again, and I'm glad that we're not having to deal with that today. Minmo says, sorry I couldn't help you pay for the pay-per-view. I've got a decent bonus coming, and I found myself in a surplus of diapers and food, so I can save it for you. Oh my God! Now we love you, brother. Thank you so much for supporting the platform, man. You know, we're doing the best that we can to fix a little bit of a technical glitch here at the end of the stream. And yeah, we're doing our best.
Oh, this is the best.
This is the best. Yeah, we don't need you to be like super irritated
annoying
right now. Yeah, so I forgot that, you know, they were gonna do the political deep throating that, you know, Dana White's always got somebody's nutsack on his lips. It's really annoying. For a guy that always wants to seem like he's some kind of alpha male, he's always on his knees in front of somebody. And it's annoying. But glad that we don't have to deal with that tonight. Let me pull this down right quick. I do want to thank everybody that came through and stuck with us. No, I don't mind. You know, I think that some good things can happen in the next 4 years, Midmo. I just don't like to see anybody idolizing any politician. We saw it in the black community with the fake black woman that lost the election. The way that they talk about Obama is really stupid. You know, Obama really was not a good president. He just didn't say a bunch of mean things on Twitter, but it doesn't make you a good president. So, no, imposter syndrome, Midmo, imposter syndrome is when you don't believe that you're qualified, but you actually are. Kamala Harris was the opposite. She was not competent. She was not a good choice, but thought she was, which is the opposite of somebody with imposter syndrome. Like, I don't want to get, you know, too long in the tooth here. We're going to go and relax and maybe find a film or, you know, relax or whatever. Again, thank you so much for contributing to the platform. The Indian Jesus and Midmo Smart, you know, two, you know, big, and that's how you could tell, like, we're not like the biggest conservatives ever in the world, but we got conservatives who are, you know, constantly supporting the stream. Dan Jensen usually, you know, Midmo when he can, TIJ when he can. So, you know, we don't see a whole bunch of liberals coming by dropping super chats over here, you know, so
I appreciate you guys.
You know what I'm saying? But anyway, thank you guys so much for supporting, and we'll see, you know, in some way, shape, form, or fashion, we will see you guys next Saturday.
You don't want to put an end credit for a couple of seconds?
Yeah, of course. I just wanted you to be able to say the last thing you had to say.
Oh, well, see you guys early in the morning next week. Join us at any time. We don't expect anyone to get up that early, but if you choose to, we will be here. Enjoying the fights and trying not to fall asleep in front of the screen.
It starts at 3 a.m. Eastern, so it might be 2 a.m. your time Midmo.
That's when the prelims start. I think the main card starts 6 a.m. us.
And 5 a.m. for you. So either way, it's still going to be a fucking grip.
That's why I say, if you're able to pop in, great. If you're still sleeping, we understand.
Yeah,
So-
word up. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
not that one. Scroll up.
The UFC.
It's not that one. Scroll up. No. Yep, that one. Sorry. And we're back. And now
But
we're
that
done.
was a good one too.
Yeah, but that one doesn't work properly. Which is why I don't use it anymore.
Dan said that quote a long time ago.
Yeah, well, we need
But the quote that really matters is to be safe out there in the real world. Thank you, Midmo, for doing Dan's job. He shirked his responsibilities today. Stream sponsor, TIJ and Midmo. Channel members are still who they are, and of course the super chats were even, so they're both the stream sponsor. Thank you so much for watching. And just like with the hydraulic press channel,